I am Christine Rosen. I'm a senior fellow here at AEI at the Social, Cultural, Constitutional Studies program. Thank you for coming, and thank you to all the folks who are watching us on our live stream. I want to give a special thank you to the Knight Foundation, which has supported a lot of the work that we're doing on information, disinformation, misinformation, all terms we're going to spend some time today, hopefully deconstructing and asking questions about. We chose the phrase information war to describe today's event deliberately, and that's because although I think most people, when they hear information war, think hostile powers weaponizing information to target their enemies, propaganda, all terms that we've heard ad nauseum. And perhaps after our recent election, information war does actually ring a bell for people whose feeds were full of political ads. But I think we have another challenge with information. In a sense, we are at war with information. And by that I mean our attention, our ability to discern truth from falsehood, and our ability to manage our reactions to the constant streams of information we find ourselves exposed to is a daily challenge. This in turn impacts our ability to make the best and most productive use of the information available to us. So the letters TMI, most people take to mean oversharing, giving out too much information about one's personal life and embarrassing ourselves in the process. But in a sense, today TMI is the world we all live in. We live with too much information, even as the quality of that information is often questionable, and our ability to make use of it is challenged. But even as access to information increases, trust in our institutions, in the mainstream media, and in each other is on the decline. And in my opinion, at least, the debate about how we got here has become stagnant, overly partisan, and mired in concepts that perhaps no longer help us understand information, but obscure our ability to ask important questions. So today, to confess something, I've invited people whose work I really admire and have followed for decades and who I like and who are kind of asking counterintuitive questions about the information debate to come and think through what we could do differently. The participants you will hear from today come from a wide range of disciplines, political views, backgrounds, but one thing they do share in common. They have been thinking about new ways to understand our information environment, new terms, new ways of even talking about and discussing reality. They've done this consistently, and they have productively moved the debate forward both in their fields and in our general conversation about some of our information challenges. They also share this in common. Each of them has taken up the challenge of offering better conceptual frameworks for understanding information and solutions to some of the problems. And that's important because like any study of any broad abstract concept, studies of misinformation, disinformation, people talk to each other a lot. And this is actually something in the think tank world we're often guilty of. But what all of the scholars and writers who are here today have done is go outside that comfort zone, talk to people across the political aisle, outside of their disciplines, and try to ask the right questions about what works and what doesn't in terms of how we deal with information. So that's just to give you a little bit of an overview. We're going to dive right in with our first panel, and I'm going to move over here to introduce them. Oh, this is me. OK. So Alice Marwick is the Director of Research at Data and Society, and she is co-founder of the Center for Information, Technology, and Public Life at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Her current projects focus on disinformation and identity, online privacy and surveillance, and AI and democracy. She's the author of The Private is Political: Network Privacy and Social Media, Media Manipulation and Disinformation Online, Status Updates, Celebrity Publicity and Branding in the Social Media Age. This is a fantastic book. This came out in 2013. It's one of my favorites, highly recommend. And tons of academic articles in the popular press. And she's been Associate Professor of Communication at UNC and Microsoft Visiting Professor at the Center for Information Technology Policy at Princeton. I would encourage you all to look at Nieman Lab's 2025 predictions about media in the future. Alice has an excellent one, and I think I won't say more about it except that she's likely to expound upon some of it here. And this is John Askonas, who's an assistant professor of politics at Catholic University, where he works on the connection between Republican tradition, technology, and national security. He is, and if you know John, this will not surprise you one bit, he is working on 2 books currently. A Muse of Fire, Why the US Military Forgets What It Learns in War, and which talks about wartime innovation when wars end, and Shot in the Dark, A History of the US Army Asymmetric Warfare Group, the first comprehensive overview of a unit that helped the Army adapt to the post-9/11 era. His writing has also appeared in numerous outlets, both scholarly and popular, I would point you to the stuff he writes for War on the Rocks, which is excellent. I know him as someone who's written wonderful things for the New Atlantis, we're going to talk a little bit in particular about some essays he wrote recently about reality. So what I'd like to do is offer first Alice and then John a few minutes to kind of outline what their concerns are. We're talking about, do we need new conceptual frameworks for understanding information? So Alice, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much for that nice introduction. So I have about 5 points I want to make, and I'll try to make them somewhat briefly. So the first thing is I think disinformation as a concept has completely lost its usefulness. And I think it was always a little dodgy to begin with. So disinformation and its less dramatic cousin of misinformation refers to information that is false and that is spread strategically. So say you're running for office and you spread a rumor that your opponent is a gambling addict. Or say you run a company and you spread, the false information that your competitor is putting poison in their product or something like that. In both those cases, the information is clearly false and you're spreading it for a very strategic reason, right? The problem is that most cases of disinformation are not so cut and dry. After 8 years of studying disinformation, what I found is there's a lot of issues, especially hot button political issues, that are much more nuanced. And it's much more difficult to determine the veracity of the truth claim. So let's take something that has been in the news off and on for the last 5 years, which is the lab leaks theory of COVID. So many of you are probably familiar with this, the idea that COVID did not emerge from a wet market in Wuhan, China, but instead was studied by the Wuhan Institute of Virology and somehow escaped the lab, and that became the global pandemic. What's interesting about this theory is that at different times it has been classified as disinformation or not. So in the early days of the pandemic, when there was rampant anti-Asian sentiment and anti-Asian hate crimes in the United States, a lot of social platforms banned it as a form of disinformation. So I did a project where I interviewed conspiracy theorists, and one of the people that I interviewed had been deplatformed from Reddit because he had spread the lab leaks theory, and he was actually a virologist, and this made him very angry, and it actually kind of radicalized him, right? And then other times, about a year ago, the New York Times published an op-ed on this that was front page, that this was where COVID had originated, and just this week, the House of Representatives put out a report saying that they legitimated the theory of the lab leaks, whereas a minority of people on the committee who were Democrats put out another report saying that the first report was wrong. So not only has this issue gone back and forth from being disinformation to truth and back again, it's also become highly partisan and highly politicized, which means it's very difficult to discuss without getting into the weeds of partisan politics. So when we focus on the truth value of this claim, rather than what is really important, which is the harms, right? Like in this case, the reason this story was being deplatformed was not necessarily because it was true or false, was because it was providing fuel to the fire of hate crimes and xenophobia and anti-Asian American sentiment. That's the real problem, not the truth claims of a difficult to determine political issue. The second point I want to make is that when people are deeply invested in a story, when it ties into their own identity and their deeply held beliefs, they are going to mistrust anyone who tells them that it's not true. Counter to what economists would have us believe, humans are not rational actors who make decisions by carefully considering all the information. In fact, there's a body of research in political science that tells us that most people's political beliefs are based on their family of origin, their peer group, their religion, things like that. If you're someone who believes, for example, that the medical establishment is in the pocket of big pharma, or that drugs are evil, or health insurance companies are terrible, telling you that vaccines are safe by fact-checking something that you post on Instagram is probably going to make you double down on your position, and more likely it's going to make you deeply distrust whatever the institution was that was doing the fact-checking. So this ends up sort of magnifying people's distrust in institutions like journalism, science, academia, and government. Third, disinformation is a misleading term because it presumes individual false facts rather than stories. But most successful disinformation campaigns work as narratives. So I just wrapped up a very long and lengthy study where we looked at 3 successful disinformation narratives that circulated from 2017 to 2019. And we compared the conspiracy theory around the Parkland shooter as crisis actors, a nonpartisan clickbait story about a man who won the lottery and used his winnings to take revenge on his boss, and the, how should I put this, the story of Russian compromat on President Trump that is often referred to with a vulgar name. And all of these were incredibly viral, successful stories. They spread in many different forms of media. They were posted on Facebook and Twitter and Reddit and dozens of other social platforms. They were also highly emotional stories. Depending on the story, they made people laugh, they made people angry, they made people outraged, they made people disgusted. And psychologists call these are high arousal emotions. And we know that content online that activates these high arousal emotions is more likely to spread, as opposed to like a boring correction, right? Or fact checking, which generally doesn't spread. Stories are powerful because they're how we make sense of ourselves and our world. Politics runs on stories. News runs on stories. And some of these stories are true, some of them are false, but they circulate because they mean something to people. How do we combat that with fact-checking? And when we were diving into this study, one of the things we found was that you didn't even need to repeat the whole narrative to get people to understand it. So there was one item in our corpus that was just a yellow, an image of a yellow video cassette with a Russian label on it. And that was enough to activate the entire narrative for people who were familiar with it. The fourth point I want to make is around a concept that we call epistemic rupture. And as someone who was originally trained in the humanities, epistemic is one of my favorite, $5 words. The nature of knowledge. How do we know what is true? How do we come to believe things? We know that our beliefs are deeply rooted in communities and family and politics and personalities. You and I may believe entirely different stories about a wide variety of things, and neither of us is going to be convinced by the other. But increasingly what we're seeing is that this schism, which has always existed, is getting bigger and bigger. An increasing minority of Americans get their news from what is now referred to as the legacy media. A lot of people get information from news influencers or as just part of a stream or a feed on social media, or they don't consume news at all. And the problem with all of these non-journalistic sources is that they don't have an ethic, like an ethics. They don't have to adhere to ethics. They can take money from anybody they want. They can amplify false stories because it makes them money. And yet they create these very coherent worldviews. And because I spend a lot of time in sort of fringe communities, I will go into a community and find that everybody in the community thinks that Joe Biden is a lizard person. Now, you may not like Joe Biden. You may not have voted for Joe Biden, but I think everyone in this room would probably agree that he is not an alien shape-shifting lizard. And yet in these communities, these people have generated entire bodies of evidence to support this fictional narrative, right? They've come up with videos, they've come up with stories, and this evidence is very hard to counter. If you've ever heard of the Gish Gallop, which is when someone just like spews out false claims one after the other, and the amount of effort it takes to counter each one of them is much greater, and it's often quite difficult. How do we work around these epistemic differences? We can work around differences of opinion on taxes or tariffs, but it's much harder to find common ground with people who believe in things like Jewish space lasers, just to put an example out there. Now, that is not to say that political disinformation doesn't exist. It sure does. It's existed as long as politics has existed, right? People smear their opponents. They spread false stories, especially about minority groups. But what do we gain from calling this disinformation? I don't think we gain very much. And I think calling it disinformation not only does nothing to counter it, it actually makes it harder to counter because it is such a partisan and polarized term. So I think we need to really acknowledge nuance, the reality of how people learn things, how they spread stories, and how deeply rooted some of these stories are in American myths and things that circulate that in some cases are centuries old. Thank you.
Thank you. That's excellent. John.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me, Christine. I always enjoy our conversations and wonderful
Arguments
to see you
too.
again. Arguments
we
too.
argue a lot.
And wonderful to see you, Alice. And even though I often disagree with Alice about what her work means, I always deeply respect the integrity with which you do your work. As I've been thinking about what I wanted to say today, I think it's the first panel, so I feel we have to be provocative, if only in order to sort of shock people awake along with your coffee. And my work is focused on understanding this transition to an internet-based civilization. And in fact, on many tables are copies of the New Atlantis, I think, for your perusal, which have the first essay in what is going to be a 9-essay series, which then hopefully will turn into a book called Reality, a Postmortem. And the essential idea of the series, which I'm investigating in media, science, politics, government, national security, and other sort of domains of life, is that the institutions which form the background of what we might call consensus reality, a single overarching narrative towards which society and politics is oriented, even if oriented with a kind of negative sign. Right? So in order to have alternative media, you have to have mainstream media. To a world of fragmented reality. There are third-tier YouTubers who have more viewers than MSNBC primetime shows. We are after the era of mainstream media. The fact that we're calling it legacy media suggests that we moved past it in a significant way. And these reality communities, bespoke realities, my friend Renee DiResta has called them, in the series, I compare them to alternative reality games, share a kind of core ethos or idea or aesthetic that serves as an interpretive focal point for a worldview. And the material with which that worldview is built is, among other things, a sort of hyper-abundant information space in which we now live, right? So sometimes the rise of misinformation or the loss of epistemic unity is presented as an increase in fiction. And actually what we're suffering from is an overabundance, a hyperabundance of fact. So many facts of such provenance, of varying degrees of seriousness and rigor that can be assembled to support any kind of narrative that one wants to tell. And then there's this. So what's distinctive about the internet and many-to-many communications is it creates an incentive structure for a decentralized, community-led effort to build narrative. You're rewarded within these communities for finding interesting information that supports these narratives, for providing unique or interesting interpretations or interpretations that can reconcile ongoing events to the underlying narrative. Now, I think where we really get off base, this is my second point, is as part of this project, I was going back and reading a lot of criticism of television from the 80s and 90s. And I think it's a useful sort of mental shortcut, one might say, that if a criticism was applied to television, which was the height of a one-to-many communication system where there's a tiny chokehold of actors that can communicate to a vast audience. If we're applying the same criticism to television as we're applying to the internet, to a many-to-many communication system without the sort of chokehold, then we're missing the plot. Marshall McLuhan famously said, "The medium is the message." And in understanding media, the medium he used as his foundational example was the light bulb. Why the light bulb? To what extent is a light bulb a medium? The light bulb doesn't have any content of its own per se. It has no message. But it literally changes the light in which every other message is perceived. For McLuhan, that is the sort of shaping power of the narrative. So I think if we're focusing on the power of the medium. Apologize. We just had a baby 2 weeks ago, so I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit suffering from sleep deprivation more than usual even. So what I think was distinctive about the internet is not the spread of narratives. I mean, I think if you look back, one of the big criticisms of television, it's driven by advertising, it's driven by incentives. It's more concerned about telling a big story than being factually precise. There's a incentive structure tilted towards sensationalism, tilted toward telling people what they want to believe. If it bleeds, it leads, etc. So what is the new thing about the internet? And I think the new thing about the internet, there's a few. One is these communities, fragmented as they are still networked together. So you can have materials escape from one community into another. So the ability to speak a different message to a different audience is broken down and then actually perceived as inauthentic. The sign is reversed. So whereas in the televisual era, you wanted to sort of code switch your language or your presentation to meet a different audience, now that type of behavior will be perceived as inauthentic. It will spread from one community to the other. So you need to actually have a universally authentic message. The other, of course, phenomenon is the ability to poke holes in or to bring new context and new information to light in real time. I think, as a matter of historical fact, the era of consensus reality was not necessarily an era in which truth reigned. Yeah. Right? You can go back and I think this is one of the we have these rose-colored glasses, this nostalgia to this era of consensus reality with ethical journalists focusing on getting the story right. And frankly, the incentives have always been bad, and we actually update, as our knowledge of history changes with careful historical research, we forget how distorted the original picture was. I mean, now it's the realities of the Holocaust or the Holodomor are universally known, and it was quite plausible to be a well-educated American in the late 1930s or 1940s and really not know about these facts. I mean, Susan Sontag asked the question toward the end of the Cold War, would you have had a better grasp of what was really going on in the Soviet Union reading any of our leading magazines or reading the Reader's Digest? The implication being the Reader's Digest, right? But what's new is the ability to, you could call it fact check, to be provocative, but to bring new evidence to light in real time. And what the implication of this, and this is where I want to end the conversation, where I think, where I think we really need to draw our focus is, over the course of the 20th century, the institutions that form what Rausch calls the constitution of knowledge, academia, science, the media, journalism, political leadership, became increasingly lazy about their epistemological dominance driven by one-dimensional communications, driven by the reign of television. And they forgot that their legitimacy was tied to their integrity in upholding, whether it's journalism, a commitment to the facts, science, a commitment to scientific fact, academia, commitment to the pursuit of truth, etc. And it is the confrontation of these corrupted institutions with the affordances of the internet to bring new information to light in real time, or at least to call into question these authoritative narratives in real time, that is generating our kind of present crisis of information. And that the only solution to it is for these institutions to rededicate themselves to the integrity of their own subject and to re-earn the legitimacy in the eyes of the American people and in the eyes of the world. I don't think this is a problem. I think that the sort of wellspring of misinformation and conspiracy theory and popular news influencers are more a symptom of the problem than the actual problem.
Thank you. See, I told you they would be provocative. Let me start by asking each of you something that your work in slightly different ways touches on. Alice, you've done lots of work on subcultures online, communities that form and really bond over a shared narrative, shared facts. And John, you've talked about how this has undermined a sense of consensus reality. So given that, and given that we've heard in recent years so much about threats to democracy, isn't this terrible? I kind of want to flip on its head this discussion of subcultures online. Because on the one hand, you could see them as negative, bad, they share poor information, people are radicalized, and that's generally the narrative we have about them. Is there a world in which the thriving subcultures are in fact a good thing for democracy, where people who are either dissatisfied or distrustful of institutions who have lost their trust can form new things? Is there any positive at all? Setting aside, obviously, that they can become places that lead people to down dark paths, can you think of examples where a new information ecosystem would allow subcultures that were healthy, thriving, would contribute to pluralism and more heterogeneity in opinion? And I'll let each of you take a turn at answering that, whichever.
Sure. First of all, I just want to say that I'm surprised that I agreed with everything that John said until he got to the corrupt institution part, which is, I think, our core disagreement. But we're on the same page until that point. So I think rather than thinking about them as subcultures, although we can think about them as subcultures, the promise of the internet was exactly that. The idea that you all of a sudden had an information ecosystem that was many to many, where people could say, during the second Iraq war, for example, war blogging was a huge thing, right? And the fact that the mainstream media narratives around the Iraq war were very much in the pocket of what the Department of Defense and the military wanted to put out there. And the best critical work on the Iraq war was being done by independent journalists and activists who were getting out there and telling their story. And that's been true for many things online, right? I don't think we want to throw the internet out with the bathwater. It has allowed many different types of people to speak about many issues of concern to them and their communities who would not have gotten through the 20th century media filter that people like Neil Postman talk about, right? The fact that you have this very limited set of perspectives that could be told. And that's why you see the growth of alternative journalism and zines and underground newspapers and everything like that starting in the 50s, right? Because those perspectives were being written out and ignored from mainstream media. You can go all the way to the black press at the beginning of the 19th century, right? So what the internet has done is it has allowed for that plurality of voices and for people to make real inroads into dominant discourses in ways that I think are really productive. So the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter, right? These are movements that were in many ways about challenging dominant media narratives in ways that the people participating in them felt were very meaningful. So I think that is certainly, a positive thing. I think the flip side of that is that when we were originally celebrating all these wonderful things about the internet in, say, the late 90s and the mid-aughts, we were thinking that the people using the internet would think the same way that we did and would celebrate the same things that we did. So we would point to the Arab Spring, right, and not understand that the same kinds of participatory culture and communication that made the Arab Spring possible would also make regressive political movements possible, right? Or the fact that people who were doing this really great fact-based reporting, the same techniques could be used by people who were spreading conspiracy theories. So I think it's not about saying, I think what we want to get away from always is about taking a particular technological process or a particular affordance of technology and giving it a normative frame. It's always good or it's always bad. Because you're going to think it's good if you agree with the people using it, and you're going to think it's bad if you disagree with the people using it. So as part of, I think, the work of a number of scholars in this field, we've really tried to sort of break apart the normative from the changes. What has actually changed? As John said, what are the differences? And try to disentangle these sort of, the internet is wonderful or the internet is terrible from those processes.
There was a great joke at a conference I was at years ago when the one cynic, it was during the internet is amazing, and one cynic in the room said, the internet is terrible because people are terrible. And just left it at that. We're like, okay, moving on. What would you say to the subcultures question, John?
Yeah, well, and I think the interesting thing to observe, the difference to observe between, say, 2016 and 2024 is, no one is a normie anymore, so to speak, right? As we all build our own sort of customized reality feeds, our reliance, at least anyone under the age of 40, our reliance on mainstream narratives has decreased. So what was interesting to me was that in the waning days of the presidential campaign, the Trump-Vance campaign spent enormous amount of campaign time and effort going on podcasts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where does the strategy come from? Well, as those local and national journalistic outfits also built or stitched together first, both real-world communities like a local newspaper and then a national audience. And that has broken down into what are really media, what we have in the modern, I think in the kind of Trump coalition are not so much real communities in the sense of communities knitted together around specific institutions. I mean, I think there are some of those, right? There are institutions like the Border Patrol Union that supported, Trump advance, but also around media audiences, or even better, media communities. It's like, what does like an RFK or Tulsi Gabbard bring to the ticket? It's a particular media community, which might have hundreds of thousands or millions of people in it. Now, what's interesting about this is, and actually I was thinking about this as you said it, Alice, I think that some of the things that are going on in politics, we actually have maybe our clues of how we move past epistemic rupture. I mean, if you want to look at a politician who's successful at bridging epistemic rupture, look no further than President-elect Donald Trump. The people, both the most sort of philo-Semitic and anti-Semitic people in America, both increased in their support for Donald Trump in 2024. You have vaccine, the anti-vax community and right-wing tech bros who want to build brain-computer interfaces in the same political coalition. It's extraordinary, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Trump's background in reality television, in pro wrestling. There's a really interesting article from I think 2017 in a political science article about the world of professional wrestling, the idea of kayfabe, and the kind of performativity that incorporates the audience into its performativity. We all know there's a kind of performance going on here, and I think that is that kind of holding light to, rather than trying to enforce a kind of singular epistemology, but a kind of holding light to epistemic commitments is part of the success of President-elect Trump. Less I think this is a partisan issue. I think one of the ways in which this epistemic rupture actually improves politics is, if you go back to the battle days of the 1990s and 2000s, 24/7 news cycle, there were a lot of institutional pressures within the political parties and within the media to generate sort of red v blue contests. And if you look at network charts of support, cross-aisle support for legislation and co-sponsorship from the 70s to present, by the 80s, 90s, the blue and the red blocks are completely coming apart, right? We have a situation now where because, at least certain politicians own their connections to their core audiences and constituencies to the point they can get elected, where as long as they're giving that audience what they want in terms of a message, they actually are quite free to work across aisles on the actual bread and butter political issues that make a difference. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene can talk about Jewish space lasers and then can work with a Jewish Democratic congressperson on co-sponsoring legislation. And so I think we're actually seeing a rise in bipartisanship in some very interesting ways.
So this actually makes me think of another question for you both, because I'll be curious. I'll be curious, and I definitely will let you respond to John's remarks. But maybe this will help urge that response. Democracies have different ways of basically imposing legitimacy on some people and not on others. And that has also broken down in an interesting way, in ways large and small. So the fact that people were like, wait, Joe Rogan can swing an election? That seems terrible. And other people are like, that's awesome. So that's one example. But I even see it in debates. I see it in the debates and comment sections of pieces where people say, we shouldn't call these people highly educated. We should call them credentialed. And that might not seem like a huge distinction, but it speaks to a very different way of understanding who grants legitimacy and who doesn't. So I guess my question and Alice, you should take this first. How do we grant legitimacy? We do require some way of granting an acceptable legitimacy to not just to information, but to institutions that curate information. So has that also disappeared, and what would be the consequences for that?
So I think we're in the midst of a wave that has always existed in American culture, right? This sort of like heavy anti-intellectualism wave, but I think it's sort of cresting over us right now, in which there are many communities, and I'll take wellness communities as an example because that's like fairly politically neutral. So these are communities, a lot of them are heavily populated by women, and they are often women whose medical concerns have been ignored or dismissed by their doctors. So someone has an issue with chronic pain, they go to their doctor, the doctor's like, oh, it's probably anxiety, or it's all in your head, or they give them a pregnancy test or something. And then the person goes to the internet to say, okay, well, I know my pain is real. Like that's something I feel in my body. How do I overcome this? And often there are a lot of hucksters out there who are willing to sell them all kinds of essential oils and crystals and all types of other things to try to sort of make them feel better. And so what you have is you have these communities who are doing exactly what John described and what I've talked about in my work, where they're generating their own homegrown body of knowledge to sort of make up for a deficit that they're facing. Now, that's not saying the medical establishment couldn't address some of these issues. In fact, they can, but there is a long systemic underfunding of issues that are specific to women, and there's also a long history of doctors ignoring women's concerns, right? So there's real reasons why people might go into these communities. But the problem is in these communities, having a PhD or an MD is absolutely not what people are looking for because they're very suspicious of the medical establishment. So they're much more likely to trust someone who says, I've had the same experience as you, right? I've suffered from the same ailment. I've overcome it, and you can too. So this is where they get their authenticity from. The problem is, it's one thing when they're hawking like harmless things like crystals. It's another thing when they're hawking treatments that can actually really harm people and really hurt people because they're actually things that are bad for the body or very harmful. And so I think that I really related to what John said about the sort of hubris of institutions over the years. I think the medical establishment is one of these where there are vast areas where there not enough is known and not enough attention is given to certain people's issues. And so there's a vacuum there where anyone with a blog and a Twitter account and an axe to grind and some money to make can go into that void and fill it up with garbage. And so the legitimacy there needs to be, you cannot let that void be filled by these people. There has to be some sort of authority from people who can actually say, ingesting this substance is bad for you, ingesting this substance will kill you. But while we're in the middle of this backlash, there's much more attention given to authenticity and personal experience, and there is actual knowledge and having a PhD or having a medical degree. And I think that's where we run into, I think that's where the harm comes in, right? That's where the danger comes in.
Well, and this, to your earlier point about the power of narratives and storytelling, and to John's point about the politicians who do that well, regardless of whether you agree with their politics or not, the ones who tell stories are the ones who elicit that emotional response, and particularly if they can translate that online. What about the legitimacy point, though, John? You're more of a skeptic of these institutions in terms of their behavior.
I am, but I do think that there is a way. Look, these institutions are very important. Institutions that actually orient themselves towards knowledge production are really important, and you can't replace them with bloggers, doing their own research, so to speak. But it can't. The legitimacy of what they're saying can't come from, I have an institutional seal of approval. It has to come from some real experience. Now that experience doesn't have to simply be, I also have had this disease, but it can come from actual good faith investigation. And there's also an element of learning to speak the language of these things. I remember a couple of years ago we were at a Knight Foundation event in Miami, and I asked a question, kind of pointed question to someone from the public health field about their response on masking. And masking is an area where the very public flip-flop on masking was enormously damaging to the credibility of public health. And without being too critical of the CDC, the gentleman from Brown University basically said, we will never do that again. Like this is a strategy that we're taught in public health schools that is simply not fit for purpose in the internet era. And we're learning new ways of communicating. And also being honest about what we do and don't know. Because the damage in that instance came from trying to speak with scientific authority about something that was quite, where it was a judgment call. It was somewhat ambiguous. Earlier, Alice, you said something which I think is usually true, but isn't always, that people in these communities will mistrust anyone who tells them that what they believe is true isn't true. And I don't think that's exactly right. I think that there are ways of generating goodwill and authenticity that then actually allow you to speak into these communities about, if you have a reputation as a truth teller, a reputation as someone who's fair, a reputation as someone who doesn't dismiss these concerns out of hand, that does actually give you some credibility on some of these issues. Now, you'll never persuade everyone within these communities. There'll still be steep issues, but I don't think it's quite as hopeless. It's interesting on the lab leak question, for example. There are parts of the internet communities that hold the lab leak as a matter of faith. Mm-hmm. There are parts of the internet communities and mainstream media that hold that it's false, also with equal orthodoxy. But then there are other communities, like the rationalist community, where they've developed institutions ranging from betting markets to a certain style of very long bloggerly writing, where they can actually community members can parse these questions in ways that don't sort of revert to 0 or 1 of completely false and completely true. So I think looking at communities where some of this truth-telling is going on might be a fruitful way of figuring out how do we move forward as a society.
Well, it's funny that we've ended up talking about COVID a lot.
Oh, yes.
But I do think that's not an exceptional thing. It's an important thing, because a lot of the mistrust when it comes to seeking information online, a lot of people found themselves doing that during the pandemic for a number of reasons. If you're a parent whose kid's school was closed, you did that, or the masking, and when is it safe to go back to the office? Who's at risk? All of these unanswered questions. But I wonder, one study I remember reading about at the time when people were very hesitant about vaccination were the doctors who were most successful with skeptical patients had to devote a lot of time to listening to the story the patient was telling about their fear.
Yeah.
And in a medical system that doesn't always give doctors that time with patients, in fact, would like them to move along so they can get to the next patient, they didn't have that. But when they paused and said, okay, well, what are you fearful of? What can I address? Sometimes the patient would leave and still be skeptical and not get the vaccine, but they had more success in turning that fear into an understandable story. So in that sense, those narratives can be helpful if people have the time to do it. I do want to ask you guys an impossible to answer question, because that's the right of the moderator in any of these panels. If we don't, I think Alice is absolutely right that terms like disinformation, misinformation have become either too partisan or too meaningless to help move many of these debates forward. If we can't, and even reality is up for grabs, what are the new concepts that we can use to start shifting this debate in a way that tackles some of these concerns, that sets aside sort of the baggage of the previous 5 to 10 years of debate about this? Or can we redefine disinformation or misinformation, salvage those terms in some way? What would you advise? What are the words you find yourself using? Because even in trying to summarize this conference, I'm like, are we saying information ecosystem now? Are we saying, everybody can't agree on terms, which means how do we move forward? Alice, do you have thoughts about that?
Virtually every article that I've read about disinformation in the last 5-8 years, which is like thousands of articles, there's at least 2 or 3 lines about how disinformation is a complicated concept and scholars disagree on its definition, right? You can read an entire 30-page academic article with people just arguing about what disinformation means. So it's not like we had a consensus around it to begin with. I don't know what replaces it, because I think that the term disinformation encapsulated a lot of different things. I think it encapsulated our fear about moving to a news and political ecosystem where people were primarily getting information from social platforms rather than newspapers or political figures. I think a lot of people were very worried about that. I think people still are. I think disinfo sort of wrapped those concerns up. I think there was the disinformation ecosystem comes out of President Trump winning the 2016 election and shocking the liberal elite, right? So lots of people who came to that were people who were fairly liberal academics who were like, how did this happen? So there's all these partisan concerns and sort of political concerns. I think there's a lot of concerns around content moderation and how much power social platforms should have in determining truth. I think there's a lot of worry about political discourse and incivility, and also the mainstreaming of things like conspiracy theories. No single term can hold all of those things simultaneously, right? It's no longer useful. I think when you're talking about something like, oh, I'm really worried about incivil political discourse. Okay, why? Like, what is the harm that you're actually worried about? And then we need to focus on that. Like, do we want to be more polite to each other? Do we want to stop using racist language? Like, what are the actual harms? And that's why I started out by saying we need to focus on harms rather than terminology. I don't think there is going to be a single word that we can use to answer all of these questions. I think that I think we should be spending a lot more time thinking about similar historical moments in American culture, and how difficult, challenging times, how people, maybe not American culture as a whole, but are there moments where where divides in what we believed were so substantive, and how did we get past them, and how, right? So I think for the next few years, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a little bit more historical work to try to find sort of comparative spaces where we might learn from.
I would add there that, well, I mean, I trained as a historian, so I'm like, yes, more. But I remember Nick Carr, who has a great new book coming out, but he wrote an article for the New Atlantis a few years ago, which just mentioned in passing it came from a harm position. How did we start regulating broadcast radio, for example?
Yeah.
We didn't until there were appreciable harms, one of which was a crazy guy selling medicine that was made of goat testicles or something. I apologize. Too early to say that phrase, but it was the truth.
Sounds very internet-y, honestly.
Yes. No, but this was long before the modern age, and also when rescue efforts for shipwrecks and whatnot were thwarted by people using a bandwidth on this new tool that they suddenly realized, wait a minute, we need dedicated channels for emergency responders, things like that. So a harm-based approach is actually, I think, a fascinating way of rethinking how we discuss this. What do you say, John?
Yeah, well, it's a difficult question to pose your first panel. Can you come up in 5 minutes with an entirely new conceptual framework?
Yes. Well, you have 10.
I think the 10. All right. Well, the last. Yeah, I think there might be some points in American history. I mean, obviously the area before the Civil War and after Reconstruction comes to mind.
Yeah.
But I mean, the last time I think that there's been this foundational epistemological shift is really the printing press, where you had a completely dominant epistemological framework, a shattering of that framework. And it took centuries, frankly, to arrive at new languages for people who had these kind of disagreements to speak to each other. I think, putting aside any language that assumes a shared epistemological consensus is necessary. I mean, the fatal flaw of disinformation is that it's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
And so it assumes a kind of legitimacy that isn't there. So I think moving towards, in some ways, a flatter language of narrative, of content. I mean, content has all of the sort of truth factor sucked out of it. And also thinking about the ways that we can validate knowledge, either communally or via institutions that are trusted. So thinking about information that's validated, that's evidence-based. And the reason I think it's a superior way of thinking about it is it doesn't presume the question. It's you ask who's validated it, what evidence is it based on, and then you can actually, we can build structures. We have already begun to build structures to make it easier to pull on that thread and actually kind of convince yourself via the evidence available about something. And I think the world of, there's a lot of really interesting things going on in the world of betting markets, of blockchain, of experiments with social proof in not just in the financial world, but also in the academic world, the media world. Something is more. So, for example, you'll have people who make predictions and they'll encrypt their predictions and put them on the blockchain. And then you can test. You can test whether they actually were successful or not. So we actually can. So the internet is in some ways the problem, but it also provides us new affordances that might help us build new institutions.
I like this as an internet skeptic to hear some glimmers of hope. I'll ask one other question. I'm kind of springing this on both of you, and then I'm going to open it up to the audience to ask. But in some sense, there's a huge urgency in everyone getting on board with understanding the problem. And by that I mean, we have already AI hallucinations. This is the example I'll give to stand in for a lot of other challenges coming down the pike. I had a conversation with my 18-year-old son about research he was doing for a paper. And I asked him, I said, how do you know it's real? Because he's like, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I said, great. How do you know that the answer you get is real? How do you know that some of it is true and some of it isn't? How do you test that? And that kind of sent him on a weird existential spiral that was very useful for him for a while. But how do you test what you are offered up easily and quickly and reliably, you think? So I agree with your point, John, but I would push a little bit and say, how do we, the appeal to authority has to have an agreed upon authority. On the internet, the whole point of it is that that doesn't exist, right? So if we're going to agree on anything about facts, for example, is that going to take the form of community notes? I agree with that. One of our upcoming panels is actually going to break down this question: is fact-checking even possible? But I guess what I'm pushing back on is, in an AI age, do these questions change at all? If so, how? And how do we, in a First Amendment free speech environment, begin to say this is true and this is false when people have the right to believe that the soon-to-be former president is a lizard? So with AI, so basically I'm just saying, what about AI, as everybody loves to do in these? So if you have thoughts on that.
Sure. So Data and Society, where I work, we have a wide research program on AI. And I think the interesting thing about AI is that it is a force multiplier to many extant social dynamics. So I'm working on a project on AI and scams right now. Yes, AI does allow for some new scams, like voice cloning, things like that. But for the most part, what it allows is for scammers to do a lot more scamming, and for the barrier to entry to scamming to be lowered, which is not good, right? But it's not a difference. It's not like a complete break with what we currently have. In many, many cases, what AI does is it just accelerates certain dynamics or amplifies certain dynamics. The problem with something like ChatGPT is that when someone goes to ChatGPT and asks a factual question, right? Like, how many people live in the city of Pittsburgh or something like that? Usually what they're doing is using that as a search engine, right? Now, there are questions like that where you probably will get the right answer right at the top of your Google results, right? Because it's probably taking it from Wikipedia or the Census Bureau or something else where it's kind of funny, because when I started teaching 20 years ago, Wikipedia was like the worst possible source, and now everyone's like, oh no, Wikipedia is actually pretty good. But for many other questions, when you type a question into Google, you will get garbage as your first 2 pages of search results because of clickbait, because of search engine spam, search engine optimization, because of all these content aggregator farms. Sometimes I don't want to look through 15 pages of Google results to find something, and I'll just ask ChatGPT and then I'll go check it, right? So I think in many cases, when we talk about something like AI, we're often comparing a very flawed tool to the perfect, but the perfect doesn't exist. Many of the tools we use to access information are very flawed, including search engines, including social platforms. A lot of my students use TikTok as a search engine. That's not good either, right? So if I have to pick between TikTok and ChatGPT, I'm going to tell my students to use ChatGPT. So I think the other thing that AI, though, does is it sort of decreases our belief in all content. One of the things that has really shocked me is, there's all these Facebook clickbait farms where people will post an AI-generated picture of like a 10-year-old standing next to an incredible cake and be like, my nephew made this incredible cake. And I look at that, I'm like, well, that's obviously AI-generated, right? There's lots of tells. That will have 100 comments on it from people being like, what an amazing cake. Your nephew is a wonderful young man. And it blows my mind, but we have such low literacy right now around AI-generated content. And what it ends up doing is it makes all content suspicious. And it decreases the ability of any, just like in the way that Photoshop made us disbelieve news photos rather than taking them as truth value. AI does the same thing, but it does it across content types.
Yeah, I agree with everything Els just said. I think this actually makes authority more important, though. But I think the authority that is being diminished is the authority that is presumed based on a kind of institutional status.
Yeah.
What is preserved is authority based on authenticity or experience, as well as to some extent on integrity and on method and a reputation. If you build a reputation as an authoritative source and you stake your reputation in your work, I think that has some staying power. And in a world in which it's flooded with bad content, with suspicious content, those sources those authorities that maintain this kind of integrity are what will be trusted. And I think we'll gain new tools of measuring that, and new tools of preserving that. It was interesting though with AI so far, the effect has been, coming into the election, there was quite a bit of concern about deep fakes, about AI, and to my knowledge, there was absolutely zero politically substantial deep faking, other than memes, basically, which were obvious memes, or they were
ironic deep fakes.
Ironic deep fakes.
But where did AI show up in the election? Well, again, for understandable reasons, the White House and then parts of the press corps called videos of President Biden in various states of elderly behavior. They called them cheap fakes.
Right.
They're taking those out of context.
Yeah.
Right? They put their legitimacy on a pyre for a minute of political advantage. Right. And there's been recently, like there was actually ironically a misinformation expert giving testimony
Jeff Hancock
in Minnesota who was caught using AI to generate his testimony and using a fake citation.
He's a Stanford professor too.
Well,
he's like very legitimate.
On the academic fraud problem. I mean, the president of Stanford resigned for academic fraud. The Esquire magazine ran an article on Hunter Biden's pardon, comparing to other pardons that used evidently AI hallucinations.
Yeah, Hunter to Butts.
Yes, Hunter to Butts. It's insane. So what AI is destroying so far is not like the internet. People, my students use ChatGPT. They don't hold it against OpenAI if it's a hallucination. But when you have institutions, political, academic, journalistic institutions that claim to be acting with authority and then make these sort of laughable mistakes, it destroys their legitimacy for a long time.
Yeah.
No, this is a very good point. Hunter to Butts, by the way, is the hallucination of a Woodrow Wilson relative who ChatGPT claims was pardoned and was not. So yes. All right. Sorry, because we went way down a rabbit hole. Just for those of you who don't follow these scandals, I actually one note on the phrase cheap fake. I feel like I can't tell if that was thought through or sort of an off-the-cuff remark to sort of to get the story to disappear. But what was interesting about it is that it blew up because of the use of that phrase and then its repetition in many media outlets. And I think what that shows, beyond the mistake made in trying to make a story disappear that people can see with their own eyes, is the heightened suspicion, which could be seen as healthy, of consumers of information, as long as it doesn't tilt into absolute nihilism, like we believe nothing ever except what the people we have on our Reddit subthread believe. Not that Reddit is bad, another place people go to answer questions when they can't find straightforward responses. I want to give us some time to take your questions. So we have a microphone. If you have a question, please wait for the microphone. This lady here, and then we'll take you.
Thank you. My name is Christina Talarico. I'm asking for a friend, but what advice would you give somebody who has done a lot of historical research and is now at the phase of trying to figure out what vehicle to use to present the research? Option A is very dry, just a plain old nonfiction book. And keep in mind that the research is about topics that will elicit passion in the readers. It's a dramatic topic.
For that
dramatic topic
in our research.
Option B is to sort of write a script for Hollywood, but Hollywood is wonderful but notorious for distorting history to generate audience views. Or option 3 is to do something that could become very vulnerable to distortion by artificial intelligence. For example, YouTube videos. How would you advise presenting historical information about topics that are not well documented, not well known to a large audience, in a way that's both interesting and historically correct?
So this is, if I may sort of add on to your question, in a sense, the broader question is one that everyone who creates content now must face. In a sense, we each have to act as our own product liability wardens, right? Because if you put something out there, it can become the host for the parasite that is AI that will hoover it up, not give you recognition, perhaps alter it. And when it comes to historical information in particular, which usually involves archival research and all kinds of effort on the part of the writer, that might be distorted. What would each of you say in terms of people who create information? What responsibilities, if any, do they have to protect it from potential distortion? Is that, and which platform at the present would do that best, or which way of? It's an interesting question.
Well, I think there's what's interesting is one of the benefits of AI is it actually gives us more tools to do, as it were, all of the above, and perhaps even gives you, the writer, the author, more tools as well. So I think you have to start with the book. I think
agreed.
history, legitimate history, is because it's not just about the audience; it's also about the community of scholars. It's about the ability of others to check the work in a serious way. I think it just establishes legitimacy. But then you can use, you can use generative AI to take your book. You can literally feed your book into Claude or ChatGPT and generate, a very shockingly good podcast script or Twitter thread. And then, your publisher will want you to do this anyways. You'll want to own the narrative of your book yourself online, in your Twitter presence, going on podcasts. And actually, many of these longer podcasts, have huge audiences for historical material. Some of the biggest podcasts and Substacks are about history.
The history guys.
Huge amounts of influence.
True.
And it gives you, a chance at least to have a first cut at contextualizing this material for the internet. And I don't think you can help if some people are going to take it out of context. But even continuing to have your voice out there as an author, should help restrain to some extent that kind of bad behavior.
But the establishment of authority is the writing of something with authority, which shows research and
care. Yeah.
Alice, any thoughts?
No, I think we can take other questions.
This gentleman here.
Maybe the back in red too.
Good morning. John Ward, 20 years in journalism now, in the trade association, public affairs. To the book point, I think if you start with an analog artifact, that's sort of a good anchor for all that as well. I liked what you said about misinformation or disinformation using terms like evidence-based and validated. But something I'm sure you've observed is that anytime you try to switch terms or use different language, if it's an effective term especially, it kind of gets swarmed and then discredited. So how do you account for that? Do you start trying to use different terms, which reduces your ability to actually drive your message? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it depends what your goal is, right? So I'm still publishing papers with disinformation in the title. I have like 3 in review right now that are about disinformation because I'm trying to make inroads into the disinformation studies space, right? Like I've continued to push this sort of critical narrative perspective. I think that if I'm speaking to a more public audience like this, I think disinformation can be a useful shorthand for certain things, but I think it's always about getting beyond that and unpacking what it is that you mean by it when you use the term. Narrative change takes a long time. There are some terms that come into the public consciousness and they stick immediately, and then they become like the term of the year in the OED or whatever.
Brain rot this year. Brain rot.
Brain rot, which my 9-year-old says all the time. So that really has that really has had major uptake. But then there's other people, trying to get people to change their perspectives on an issue, especially one that has deeply sort of sunk its roots into popular discourse, is very hard. One of my side areas of research is the child online safety legislation world, and this is not going to fall on sympathetic ears. But I'm very opposed to it, and I think that the discourse around social media hurting young people's mental health is totally wrong, and yet that has been the primary frame we have used to understand young people's interactions with social media now for almost 20 years. And no matter how many Harvard biologists or science papers are published, we are not able to shake that narrative from the public imagination because it plays into parents' fears, moral panics, and long-standing myths and worries about young people. So I think when, earlier when I talked about how disinformation is this term that encapsulates all of these like fears and worries and concerns, unless those are being addressed, the term is going to continue to have staying power until something else comes along that's catchier. In a lot of ways, it's kind of branding, right? It's kind of marketing, these kinds of catchphrase terms that encapsulate certain political eras or moments.
Yeah, I think that I would say my problem with disinformation and misinformation is not that they're misused, that they're conceptually flawed from the get-go. Yeah. They're a last grasp attempt to preserve this era of consensus reality. And so I don't think with use something validated and evidence-based, yes, of course bad actors will misuse it. There's no field where something that isn't good is, was it Godwin's law? Not
Godwin.
Godwin.
I'm thinking of the Goodhart's law. Like any metric, if it becomes a target, a policy becomes a distorted metric.
Yes.
What I think they're valuable is if you can use them as an ethos for your organization, and then use that to build up authenticity and authority and reputation over time. So what would matter for journalism is not we have a shiny new term. It's we're actually going to do this. We're actually going to take an evidence-first approach. We're actually going to build affordances into our digital platforms to make it easier to surface the sources we use. I think, some to their credit, places like the New York Times and others are beginning to do this a little bit more. We're going to have a behind-the-scenes article telling you how we reported the article. And so these sort of ways of sort of showing your work or working in public, I think that's what you get out of building this. We're not going to assume that we are the arbiters of misinformation, disinformation. Instead, we're going to take it as a responsibility, as part of our brand, that we're actually going to perform. We're actually going to stake our reputations on our work. We're actually going to validate and evidence our work.
Well, and it is interesting, isn't it, that in the era, the sort of last gasp of legacy media's dominance was when many of the major newspapers had an ombudsman.
Yeah.
And that person's entire role,
they've all gone.
And they just disappeared.
Yes.
Yep. And,
bring back the ombudsman.
It was a very strange thing that it disappeared just as the internet rose. I think, again, the assumption at the time was we don't need this because the crowd's wisdom will remind us, which didn't quite work out.
I love the idea of just saying, bring back the ombudsman. Yes. Next time somebody asks me, like, what should we do about journalism? I'll be like, all right, I got a solution for you guys.
Local newspapers, ombudsman. Yeah. See, we're solving all these crises today. Other questions?
Thanks. First, thanks for a really great panel, actually. So I apologize. I'm going to try and combine two different questions and probably end up talking more than anyone likes to do to give a question. But first, I want to suggest another answer to Christine's question about alternative terms, which is an old term, propaganda or bullshit. Obviously, those are different, the philosophical concept of bullshit, but I think what's really useful there is the decentering of concern with truth and the recentering of questions of power, right? Bullshit, it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a concern if it's true or false, it's how it's used. And I think that's actually what has been, forgive me for saying, kind of surprisingly missing from the conversation so far, which is a discussion of power, right? Like how falsehoods are used in the pursuit of different types of political or commercial or social power. And I think, honestly, that is the sort of like thing that we need to be focusing most on. And this is the part where I try to tie it to the second question, which, one of the other key themes that I'm getting from the talk is around epistemic rupture. But I'm wondering if we go back to these older frameworks of bullshit or propaganda, we realize that like epistemic rupture isn't actually describing what we're seeing, right? It's not that communities have radically different frameworks on how they produce knowledge. Wow, they have different knowledges that they're working in. But if anything, we're seeing a commonality in the embrace of some sort of rejection. I mean, maybe this is like too facile, but like a rejection of institutional authorities, as you've said. We're seeing an embrace of more individualized, community-based knowledge production than the project of needing to piece together, right, like bits and pieces together into a coherent narrative. So somewhere there's a question in there, but yeah, maybe we're going to start with just like, I know there's been some work recently around trying to sort of revive these old concepts of propaganda and bullshit, and how do you think of them as sort of like useful in this moment?
I think propaganda is very useful when you're talking about foreign influence operations, right? Especially. I think it's a little bit difficult because propaganda is another one of those terms that has such a strong normative stance, right? The difference between propaganda and public relations is just a terminology. They're the
and
same.
A paycheck.
Yeah, they're the same thing, right? So we just, again, we call things we don't like propaganda, and we call things we do like public relations. Well, maybe that we like. So I think, I don't know about that. The BS term is interesting because who is it at UW? Jevin, that's his. Who's it? There's somebody at University of Washington who's been teaching this class, I'm just going to say BS, and has sort of put forth this concept of this as sort of this. And I think there is a place for that. I think it's a little bit different than when we're talking about with disinformation. I think it also describes like corporate doublespeak, you know, politicians who yammer on without really getting to the point. Like, I think it's a little bit larger. I think it refers more to the process than it does the truth claim, which I think is your point. I think that's an interesting point. But I don't necessarily know that either of those really does the work that disinformation is currently doing. John?
Yeah, Harry Frankfurt's book, BS, is recommend, or on BS, I should say. I recommend to
We're
everyone.
so PG here.
Well,
it's really
Yeah, it's a film, you know.
Yeah. It's funny. In the United States, we make a hard distinction in law and policy between public diplomacy and propaganda or influence operations. So the State Department, the Voice of America will do public diplomacy. The CIA, the DOD will do influence operations. No one else buys this distinction. And the opposite end, of course, is the Russians, who have such a psychological. Schmidt once said that we've often lived under the psychological eye of Russia. They just see through it all. The Russian word propagandировать just means like to propagandize is what they use for political campaigning of all kinds. So everything you do is propaganda. Whether it's true or false is sort of, as you put, indifferent to what you're trying to do. So I think as a term, as a way of thinking, being honest about that, I think is useful. Your second question, so this is sort of what I'm trying to get at with this notion of legitimacy. I think the weapon that the institutions have to wield against, conspiracy theories and news influence of all kinds is method, is integrity about a way of generating knowledge, and it's been a laziness about actually sticking to method that has dynamited the legitimacy of these institutions, right? So when you have someone saying, I am the science, or I speak for science, instead when everyone knows the scientific method is based on suspicion and evidence and repetition and is probabilistic, like that's highly destructive. So again, I think it is a return to the ethos of these institutions, of the unique methods they have to aim at knowledge creation. That is the thing that you can't replace with news influencers.
I would add, I like this juxtaposition, though, of power versus propaganda and bullshit. Because the power question, the concern in the 20th century in the television age was, what Daniel Boorstin wrote about in The Image. It's like politicians will pretend, do a photo op, and that's what most people will see, and they won't truly understand what this politician is really about. He might kiss the baby, but actually, he wants to do terrible things to the baby, but you just see him kiss the baby. But that was built on a shared consensus reality. So if that goes away, then should we have a heightened suspicion about how the powerful, in particular, may be enlisting the historical legitimacy of their institutions, then use these tools? Because I think that's where a lot of the conspiracy theorists start their journey. They see someone who has legitimacy do something illegitimate, and there's no response, and there's no accountability. So I think that's where they seek elsewhere. But the power dynamic is really important and really interesting. So
do you mind if I jump in there?
Yes, please.
So I did this project where we watched hundreds of conspiracy theory videos on TikTok. And one of the things that I found very interesting was that often people would put these videos together where they would be talking about a completely true aspect of American history, like Operation Paperclip, for example. And they'd use that as evidence for all these absolutely absurd claims about other things. But the problem is, because American history is often taught in this incredibly sanitized manner that doesn't acknowledge the fact that the US government has made many mistakes and there's been many sort of nefarious things that the US has been involved in over the years, people will discover something like this, find out that it's true, and it's like breaking open an egg of allowing, or Pandora's box of allowing all these other things out. And I think this sort of speaks to Christine's point about the someone with legitimacy, or John's point about somebody with legitimacy doing something wrong, but it's not even necessarily always about doing something wrong. It's about understanding how the sausage is made, right? Any of us who works in science or social science understands that you don't just go out there with a research question and collect data and come up with a conclusion. Like, there's many different processes. There's always a process of negotiation. There's revisions, and it's the way that science and history and government present themselves that's the problem, which is what John said. But I just wanted to sort of reiterate that point about power. When power presents itself as authoritative without allowing for any questioning, it opens itself up. And when you have that opening, then many, many things will crawl into it.
Or crawl out from under the rock.
Or crawl out from under the rock, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If the essence of television was what one writer called the context of no context, everything, the context of everything was the TV box. I think what's interesting with the internet is the ever-present possibility of recontextualization.
Yeah.
You can do something that is good and legitimate in one context, and it can be recontextualized.
Have you been reading Joshua Meyerowitz?
No, I haven't.
No Sense of Place. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
excellent book. Highly recommend. We have time for one
This person at the back
last
of the
question.
room has had her hand raised
Yes,
the whole
Nicole.
time.
Hi, Nicole Penn, AEI. Thank you for this wonderful conversation. So I'm curious, number one, what you guys think of the term the information marketplace. And number two, if the information marketplace that we have now is really all that different from the information marketplaces that we had through most of American history, and that the period in the mid-20th century was what was exceptional with the legacy media and the consolidation. So yeah, is there really, are we just reverting to a norm in terms of our American information marketplace?
Yeah, great question. Who wants to take that first?
Yeah, I'll take the second part of that question. I think there is some truth to that. You know, I think if you look at the proliferation of newspapers prior to the 20th century, you have yellow journalism, you have enormous numbers of newspapers, extremely highly partisan biases, or newspapers that are controlled by a newspaper magnate, right? Who's like, I want this, this, and this. That's not that different from like Bezos, right? I think that I want to sort of come back to John's point about consensus reality, because I think it's really easy for us to overestimate how strong consensus reality was, simply because of the stranglehold that broadcast and legacy media had, which meant that a very limited number of ideas came through. So going back to my example of the black press, you know, the black press rose up in the early decades of the 19th century because, not just because the white press was not covering issues of interest to the black community, but they were spreading false and racist mythologies about the black community, right? And so the consensus of many people reading that press would have been all kinds of racist mythologies about black people, right? And so even when you're looking at the 20th century, you're still looking at a press that was spreading the party line on many, many things, right? And as we all know, the party line is not always the correct line.
Well, you know, I think it's definitely correct that you know, I think especially of the kind of the 18th century, the founding era, where you don't really have the modern newspaper yet. You still have these subscription, small newspapers, pamphlets, little print shops. You know, Ben Franklin had like a half dozen aliases he wrote under, so the first pseudonym. And there was very little gatekeeping in a sense. So I think it's useful though to ask what is different this time. I think there are two things that are really important that are different. The first is in that 18th century context, you have you don't have consensus narratives. You have a lot of disconsensus, but you can't evidence them you don't have the sort of everything is hearsay, right? This is sort of, science is still very early, not very institutionalized. The fact is only begun. I have an essay in the New Atlantis on what was the fact, tracing the rise and fall of the fact. And the fact is very early on its journey, even in the 18th century. And so, whereas today people can draw enormous, if you want to, you want to tell a story about, well, one of my favorite, my guilty pleasures online is this Twitter influencer named Kantbot, and he and his one of his friends, they basically are retelling the 1950s as a conspiracy theory. But they're drawing on enormous, I can't tell if they believe it or not, if it's a performance, but they're drawing on an enormous, data from across, you can access archives and books and old media, and it's an unbelievable sort of mosaic, right? That was not possible in the 18th century. The other thing is, and this is, I think, where we still have yet to see the full potential of, is the possibility of the kind of way people are knit into not audiences but communities. They're not merely subscribers to a worldview, well, they are that, but they also actually have ways of organizing collectively that I think were maybe possible at a local level. I think it's like the Boston Tea Party in some ways was kind of this, but now they're possible at a national, even global level. And that, I think, is something we're very early in understanding.
Well, thank you. I would like you all to please thank John and Alice for their wonderful remarks, and thank you all for your questions. We got 5 minutes to grab some coffee, and then our next panel will begin. So.
Yes, we're good. I'm getting the thumbs up. That's amazing. Okay. Hey, everyone. My name is Will Reinhardt. I am a resident senior fellow here at AEI, and I'm excited to be moderating this panel today with two esteemed colleagues of mine. And I'm going to try to keep it thin here in the beginning, try to get into conversation. I'm going to start with Brian Gay, who is a professor at Stony Brook, focused on political science. And then I also have here to my right, Ari Schulman, who's the editor of the New Atlantis. If you haven't picked it up, there should be some of the most recent versions of the New Atlantis, the most recent edition around here. So yes, if we could, oh yeah, sorry, we have to have the little clicker. Yes, sorry, but if you don't mind, let's actually start with Brian, and yeah.
Great.
Yeah, please.
Do you want me to stand up there or just sit here? I can just sit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Brian Gay. I'm an assistant professor at Stony Brook University. So I study broadly how people interact with political information, and specifically how they interact with information in a way that leads to false beliefs. And so I've spent the past 2 years really focused in on misinformation and disinformation on social media, and I'll talk about that today. My PhD is in political science, but I do research at the intersection of political science and psychology. And so that's the lens through which I'm approaching misinformation. We have creatively named this field political psychology. So that's what I'll be talking about today. So I want to start out by just noting that misinformation is not new. It's been a feature of our information environment for a long time. So in case you don't know what you're looking at here, this is what people thought the moon looked like in 1835. The New York Sun, which is a newspaper, published a series of articles about a Scottish astronomer who had developed a new powerful telescope and found man-bats on the moon. And people believed this. And for a short period of time, it became the most widely circulated newspaper in the world. And so much so that people began fundraising to send Bibles and books to the moon. How they were going to do that in 1835, I don't know. Political misinformation is also not new, right? So during the election of 1800, John Adams supporters spread the rumor that Thomas Jefferson was unelectable because he was dead. And so this has just been a part of our information environment for a long time. What is new is online misinformation. And online misinformation is different in a few respects. And the one that I find most important is just that it spreads so quickly. And it often spreads more quickly than we can keep up with it. And so for those of us who are interested in designing interventions to slow the spread of misinformation, this presents a massive problem. And so oftentimes we see online misinformation starting with what we would call disinformation. And I know we just talked about how there's a lot of different terminology. Disinformation, fake news, we typically in political science refer to as these news articles that are purporting to be real, trustworthy news articles from legitimate sources that are not. And they're spreading lies. And oftentimes what you'll see is that these, there's a lot of these different articles circulating online. They go viral. They get picked up by lower quality news organizations. Then they get picked up by more mainstream news organizations, sometimes through fact checking. And then it enters the national conversation. We saw this during 2020, during the 2020 election. We saw it during COVID. We saw it during the 2024 election. So this is just part of our election cycle now. And so there's a few different, so as a researcher, I'm really interested in understanding kind of the psychological reasons that people engage with this information, believe the information, and spread the information. And the reason for understanding that is that A, it's interesting, and B, we want to create interventions to slow the spread of misinformation that are rooted in the reasons that people are spreading misinformation, right? And so there's a couple different ways we can do this. One of the more effective ones is deplatforming, which is taking misinformation spreaders offline. Moderation, which is removing specific posts that contain misinformation, or trying to limit the reach of misinformation. So leaving the misinformation online, but just limiting how far it can spread. So the obvious benefit here is that that's very effective, right? Just get rid of the misinformation. The huge problem is that you run into very significant free speech concerns, right? Who are the people who we're trusting to determine what is true and false, how far information can spread? And like, should there even be people who have the ability to make these decisions? So Ari's done a lot of really thoughtful work on this, so I won't get into this too much. But I will just say that because of these free speech concerns, we need other solutions to combat the misinformation problem. And so I want to spend my time today just briefly going over some of these additional solutions, some of the challenges that are inherent in these solutions, and I'll spend maybe a lot of time talking about the challenges, but I promise to end on a positive note with some hope and some interventions that I think are really promising for the future. So the first class of interventions are grounded in this idea that people spread misinformation because they're not able to tell what is real and what is fake online. A lot of us in this room are probably pretty good at detecting what is false. We have high digital literacy. But if you just look around your Thanksgiving table, everyone's probably been in the awkward situation of having to explain to a relative, that thing that you saw online, the thing that you're talking about Joe Biden or Donald Trump, that's not real, right? And so some of these interventions have focused on giving people the tools to identify false content online. And so Facebook has adopted this approach. And then you also have researchers who have developed things like little games that people can play that try to teach you the different strategies that disinformation spreaders are using to convince you that false information is true. One thing that we have to be really careful about with interventions in general, and I think specifically with these digital literacy interventions, is that interventions can also often make people distrust misinformation and accurate news, right? So these interventions can make people skeptical of all information. And that's really problematic because there is way more true or real information out there from credible sources than there is misinformation. Most people on a daily basis on social media are not being inundated with misinformation. They're being inundated with cat photos and stuff from the New York Times, but mostly things that are like sports and non-political stuff, right? And when they do encounter political information, it's often true. And so what we don't want to do is make people skeptical of all of that information in a way that leads to distrust. And so in a recent paper, I kind of outline my thoughts on how we as researchers should be evaluating the efficacy of these misinformation interventions. And the 30,000-foot view here, and I'm happy to talk about it more later, is that we need targeted interventions that are specifically decreasing belief in false content without decreasing belief in true content. Some interventions that are fairly effective at doing this so one of them is grounded in this idea that a lot of people actually are able to tell the difference between true and false content online. They're just not paying attention to accuracy, right? Social media is an extremely distracting place. It is not designed to get you to think carefully about what you're seeing. It's designed to keep you in there like a casino, right? And so there's a lot of things competing for your attention. Accuracy may not be on the forefront of your mind. And so one thing that has found to be very effective in slowing the spread of misinformation is just priming people to think about accuracy, nudging them to think about accuracy. You can do this by just showing them a piece of misinformation or real news and asking them whether it's real or fake. And just asking them whether that is real or fake results in people sharing less misinformation later in the day. And so this is just a way of priming or nudging people to consider accuracy. You can also, we developed a PSA that we ran in Georgia during the 2020 election, like a 30-second PSA video that we ran on YouTube and some other sites that had the same effect. It's making people more skeptical of false content, but not true content. Another nice thing about these accuracy nudges is that they're not relying on one person, like a CEO of a social media firm, putting their hand on the scale and saying, this is real, this is fake. It's just saying, hey, use what tools you have to try to understand what is real and fake, and just be more careful in what you share. Fact-checking also comes up a lot in these conversations, right? There's a lot of organizations that are dedicated to try to keep up with the fire hose of misinformation online. And these are great and they're effective. The obvious, so they're effective, they're targeted, right? You can target specific pieces of misinformation. Another benefit here is that it's holding sources accountable. So no one likes to get a pants on fire rating from Snopes, right? That's not something that we like. But there are downsides here, right? There's still room for perceived and actual bias. It's not clear that people necessarily trust these fact checkers, especially when they think that they're coming from one side of the political aisle. It's also extremely difficult to scale these up, right? So oftentimes these fact checks are done by journalists, and they're very, very careful, and they want to make these things bulletproof, these fact checks bulletproof. And they take a lot of time to develop. And so it's not clear how scalable this approach is. And then they can have unintended negative consequences. So imagine a world in which 90% of the false content on social media is fact-checked, but you can't get to everything. And so if somebody encounters a piece of misinformation that's not fact-checked, they might just assume that it is real and that it's credible simply because it doesn't have a false label on it, right? So we just want to be careful when we're thinking about how to evaluate the efficacy of these interventions and then also deploy them at scale. So I said I would end on a note of hope. I think that crowdsourcing, leveraging the wisdom of the crowds, can really help us to deploy these interventions at scale in a way that isn't necessarily signaling partisan bias. So this is kind of the Wikipedia model, right? That you have a lot of different people contributing to these fact checks, and that any kind of errors or bias are going to cancel out in the aggregate, so long as you have some heterogeneity in political beliefs within the population that you're fact checking. So this addresses some of the bias and scalability concerns. We know that crowdsourced fact checks are trusted. You might worry that for example, Twitter's version of this or X's version of this, which is community notes, you might worry that Republicans are going to say that everything, all Democratic-leaning information is false, and that Democrats will say that all Republican-leaning information is false. But what you actually find is that people who are really polarized, they're also very politically knowledgeable and politically interested. And so it is true that they are not necessarily fact-checking their own party, but they're doing a pretty good job at fact-checking the other party. So as long as we have these social media sites that have roughly equal numbers of Democrats and Republicans on them, these crowdsourced fact checks can be very helpful. So I thought I would just end with maybe 60 seconds on where I think the academic misinformation research is headed. So I think one, we, myself included, have focused a lot on developing these misinformation interventions in the lab. They can be challenging to scale up because sometimes they're time intensive and sometimes they're not necessarily conducive to deploying at a larger scale. And so I think we as researchers need to think about the real world impacts of these interventions and how we can adopt them at scale. And I think that researchers are often looking for industry partners who will run field experiments to actually see how these work in the real world. I think another thing that's going to be really important in the coming years and is already really important is addressing the question of what happens when this misinformation isn't just coming from the dark kind of obscure corners of the web, but when it's being amplified and spread by elites, by members of Congress, by presidents, by local elected representatives. Because people trust their elected representatives, especially if they voted for them, right? And will mostly believe things that they say. And so this is a whole different dimension of misinformation that we haven't really paid enough attention to. And then finally, I'll say that I think that we need to focus, and this seems to be a theme today, we need to focus on addressing true but misleading news. So not just explicitly false news, not just disinformation, but news from reputable sources that is misleading. And we saw this during COVID, right? I have a colleague at MIT who ran a study that showed that some of the most harmful information during COVID, the most harmful news articles, were not these obscure pieces of disinformation. They were things from ABC News claiming, for example, that, or reporting that a nurse who had taken the COVID vaccine 2 weeks earlier died of a heart attack, right? It was misleading in the sense that it was very clear that that is not what caused her to have a heart attack, but it made people in the study extremely hesitant to get a vaccine, right? And so I think we need to broaden our focus beyond just misinformation and disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Ari? Yeah.
Thank you. So my understanding is that the conversation that we're having today in this conference it's not just a kind of update about what to do about the misinformation problem. To me, it seems like there's a sense of referendum on the paradigm itself. Is this paradigm working? It's significant. Why are we having this conference a few weeks after an election? That seems to have surprised a lot of people and is causing a lot of conversations about ideas that we've all been working under that maybe weren't true or aren't useful anymore. And I think misinformation is kind of on the chopping block as one of those ideas. So before essentially agreeing with that, I want to say a few things about what I think the paradigm gets right. First of all, I think that the misinformation paradigm, which is to say the body of thought about the misinformation as a problem, it speaks to a deep sense of outrage that we all have when we see lies and falsehoods and bad narratives and things that are sort of technically true, but we know in spirit are false or in intent are false. It's right that that feeling produces outrage in each of us. And I think a lot of people who criticize the misinformation paradigm lose sight of that and want to apologize for lies, and we shouldn't let ourselves do that. When you're seeing this stuff, especially if you're on social media and you go down a rabbit hole of whatever weird alternative reality game, as John Askonas would put it, is the vogue of the day, the misinformation paradigm, I think, is a very understandable one. It's one that would be sort of independently invented. We all might be tempted to think of it, because you would look at this and think, this is wrong and this shouldn't happen, and what should we do about it? So those are things that I think the misinformation paradigm essentially gets right. But then there's a question of, why is misinformation studies a paradigm at all, if the problem of lies and falsehoods is actually a very old one, as I think a lot of people have already been speaking to at this conference. It goes back to the foundations of the Republic. You can argue it goes back to the creation of the printing press, when there was all kinds of crazy stuff that was being suddenly printed en masse. That was a sort of inflection point. Why is it that we're talking about this as a paradigm? What is new? One is the creation of social media that seems to have shifted and aggravated the problem as far as a lot of people are concerned. Another is just a general sense that the problem is worse, right? Sure, there was lies and there were kind of fringe elements 20 and 30 years ago in American life, but it seems like this is a sudden acute problem. The things that were fringe have gone mainstream. I think a third thing that the misinformation paradigm tries to change is a perspective of misinformation as being some sort of mechanical or structural problem that is over and above the content of the bad things themselves, right? Normally, when you are encountering someone who is a liar, you would say, this person is a liar, they have bad character. Maybe they have bad upbringing, maybe they come from a community that doesn't teach them virtue. Or you would just say, I'm going to just respond to your lie with the truth, and I'm going to encounter it on the substance, right? If it's 1960 and you think that the mainstream media is bloodthirsty and ready for war, your response to that would be to start an alternative magazine where you try to create a movement for your alternative point of view and turn that into the mainstream. But now the sense of the response is something else. It's something that goes outside of that content of engagement and tries to engage on a sort of mechanical level, on a platform level. You have the idea of interventions, as you're talking about. It claims to be mechanical and platform-based and trans-political, and to be a problem that you can solve without having to have a stake in the ideas, without claiming to have a stake in the ideas, and while staying sort of outside of the fray. One useful example of this, and when you start thinking in that way about the problem of misinformation, a whole lot of new downstream problems are created. To me, the most interesting example of this is that there is such a thing as a Facebook Supreme Court. So if your content or your post or whatever gets spiked on Facebook, suppose you don't think that's fair, what are you going to do about that? Well, Facebook has an appeals process set up that's modeled on the American legal system. To me, this is a wonderful expression of the spirit of the misinformation paradigm, which is a fundamentally proceduralist, neutral and mechanical spirit. It believes that you deal with these things through more and more elaborate process. Okay, so with all of that out of the way, the question I want to pose is, I started writing about this question about 10 years ago when I was reporting on responses. I wrote this long piece on the response to the Ebola outbreak, or the near Ebola outbreak in the United States, and the actual Ebola outbreak in Africa. And I started paying attention to the way that public health information was being reported, and noticing then this sort of early germ of the idea that the primary thing that you have to combat in a public health, in an epidemic or a potential epidemic, is misinformation and ideas and fear, and kind of manage the way that what information people are hearing and how they're responding to it. I started writing then that this seems like a very bad idea, and I'll explain in a moment why I think it's a bad idea. But part of the way that I asked it is, the paradigm is claiming to be mechanical in nature, and therefore it's claiming to achieve a certain outcome, which is the reduction of misinformation, the reduction of its prevalence, its relevance, its purchase on political life. The question I asked then, I think this was already a useful question 10 years ago, was just how well is it working, right? It was already a newish, but a paradigm that had been around for a while. Alex Jones was sort of the main target then. Alex Jones was already much more relevant 10 years ago than he had been 10 and 20 years before that. I grew up in Austin, which is where Alex Jones lives. You used to hear about Alex Jones if you encountered, very oddball people at parties, or you would occasionally see Infowars.com spray painted on the side of cliffs, but that was the only way that you heard about it. But by 2015, he was already starting to move into public life, and these ideas of these kinds of interventions were especially being targeted at figures like him. And the point I asked then was, if this is meant to decrease the relevance of people like Alex Jones, why is this coinciding with an increase in the relevance of people like Alex Jones? I think that point is much more acute, and it's almost inescapable now, right? We're another 10 years further into the misinformation paradigm, and it seems to me that any credible observer has to say that the problem is vastly worse now, and that it's a vastly more salient problem with more purchase on political life than it was 10 years ago. So to me, I hope that this conference serves as a bit of a moment of wake up for that. I was trying to think of the best way to communicate this. I don't know how online this audience is. I hope not very, for your own sakes. But there's a meme called the "Bro, I Just Need To" meme. It's a 4-panel of a guy who's going in a circle. The usual way that it's filled in is, "Bro, I just need to subsidize demand." This guy is trying to subsidize demand. He's writing about subsidizing demand for whatever the product is. Let's say it's housing. And it keeps going in a circle, and the housing problem keeps getting worse, and he keeps saying, "I just need to subsidize." And then the final panel is this little angry, confused word cloud over his head. I'm sparing you all the actual image. I didn't supply it. That's about subsidizing demand. I think the problem that we're confronting here is about constraining supply. The basic premise of the misinformation paradigm is that we're confronting a supply problem, and that if you can, through various elaborate means, tamp down on the supply, then you will reduce the problem. It's true when you look around. I think it's understandable to look and see this as a supply problem because there just are so many more outlets for crazy and wrong ideas than there were 10 or 20 years ago. But I think that has been the fundamental mistake of the paradigm, is to see this as a supply problem rather than a demand problem. And if you understand this as a demand problem, which is to say that there are people who are seeking out this information and there are reasons that they want it, within that context, if you then ask, is the misinformation paradigm well fitted to a demand problem? I think it's not only well fitted, but it's uniquely badly fitted. Compare this to something else that we would think of normally as a supply problem, which would say illicit drugs, right? What's our experience so far of trying to approach the drug problem as a supply problem? It's a pretty conflicted one. It's worked in some cases, it's not worked very well in others, and then it's more not worked well. Now that's an example of where, by constraining supply, all you're doing is increasing the price, but you're not inherently making this product more desirable. The problem with misinformation, as Brian pointed out a little bit in his presentation, is there are some cases where when you intervene against misinformation, you're actually increasing the demand, right? Because what is the nature of the demand for misinformation? It is that the people who control the main supply of information, trust is lost in them for whatever reasons. Well, the reason that trust is lost is that people believe that the authorities are trying to control what they hear, what information they hear, and how it is interpreted. Well, if somebody is in that skeptical position, let's say that's just an idea that they're considering and they're not totally convinced of it yet, and then they find out that there is tangible evidence that actually, as a positive program, people in charge are trying to control what information they hear and how it's interpreted, that's exactly what they're suspicious of. And of course, their suspicions are going to be confirmed, and their demand and their desire for alternative sources of information, including bad information and lies, is going to go up. And I think that's the basic feedback loop that this paradigm has been caught in for the last 10 or 15 years. Just to offer one example of this, of why I think this question of control of information, I think it's both central to the demand, but I also think it's central to the misinformation paradigm itself. A lot of this conversation centers around COVID now, right? And the way that we talk about this now is you had a public health paradigm or public health establishment that was locked in on the idea of lockdowns and masking and kind of maximalist safety interventions, and then this sort of hysterical loony fringe that was denying that and was poking holes in that. Everybody who shares that narrative of the pandemic is conveniently forgetting the first 10 weeks or so of the pandemic, where those positions were completely reversed. And all of the people who were in charge were trying to marginalize and claim as disinformation the positions that they were going to go on to adopt just a few weeks later. We heard that masking didn't work and that this was a kind of hysterical, loony, right-wing kind of thing to do. We heard the same thing about border closures and border restrictions, all of this kind of suite of interventions that would go on to be adopted. And by the same token, a lot of the same groups who are criticizing these things and blasting them for the following 3 or 4 years, a lot of those people were in favor of them for the first 10 weeks. Those positions flipped, and nobody really talks about that. But I think what that indicates is that the substance of the debates is a surface level debate, and what's going on beneath the surface is this question of control. Who gets to be in charge of information? Who gets to make decisions? And everybody is kind of grappling with it and engaging with it in that way. And if that's the case, what is the answer? I mean, the first answer I think has to be to just stop engaging with it at that level, because that form of trying to tamp down lies and falsehoods demonstrably at this point hasn't worked. We would be having to engage in a kind of epicyclic exercise of adding on more and more explanations to try to salvage the paradigm at that point, if that's the way that it's going to be conceived. I don't claim to have a grand answer to this, because it may simply not be the kind of problem that merits or demands a grand answer in the way that the paradigm wants there to be an answer. To me, it seems that we are returning in certain senses to older versions of the American Republic that we have no living memory of, although we have a lot of history of. The 19th century and the 18th centuries both offer a lot of examples of how you can have a thriving and successful democracy despite very, very deep and serious divisions in the way that people conceive of and understand the world and the information that they have access to. In terms of the actors who are now thinking about the misinformation paradigm, which is to say authorities, people in charge, I think that the main answer has to be to just get out of the business of doing that. And maybe to greet with relief the prospect of not having to do it anymore. There are still narrow and clearly defined things that we want, for example, the CDC to do, or we want Facebook or Twitter to do. I think that these institutions need to be in the business of narrowing their mission and acting with the utmost integrity in doing that in a way that merits trust and earns trust, rather than attempts to mechanically or procedurally reproduce the kinds of effects that you would get if someone trusted you. I think that's a good place to stop.
Sure, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks both. So a lot's been discussed already. I know the previous panel also talked about some of this. I want to kind of focus a couple pointed questions and then kind of have broader questions to the panel. I mean, first starting with Brian, I know you didn't talk too much about it, but I would like for you to kind of talk through this idea that you lay out in the paper in Nature on discernment, and one of the things and one of the additions that you have to this. Could you talk through this idea of, of basically believing false content is bad as compared to disbelieving true content, and why that's important for assessments of interventions just generally?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. Yeah, so this project came about because, as was noted earlier, right after 2016, everyone started to focus on the misinformation problem. And so all of a sudden, everyone became a political scientist, which is great. So now we have a huge literature on misinformation, and it's highly interdisciplinary. But one of the things that happens as a result of that is that you have these different research groups from around the world, all oftentimes talking past each other, because they're using different methods and different tools and different criteria with which to judge the efficacy of these misinformation interventions. I just want to maybe make a broader point here. We do need misinformation interventions. I don't think anyone on this stage would argue that it's a good thing for election misinformation to run rampant on election night without any kind of pushback, whether it be from elites or from social media companies. Someone has to intervene with the truth at some point. And so there's been a lot of research trying to understand how to best do that. One of the things that we noticed is that in these misinformation studies, researchers are often testing an intervention by just giving it to a random subset of survey respondents, research participants, and then giving them a bunch of fake news, misinformation, and seeing how much of it they believe and seeing how much of it they share. And one thing we noticed is that, well, when you actually give people a mix of true and false information, and false information that contains truthdhoods as well, what you find is that some of these interventions are just making people more distrustful of news across the board. And that's a problem because there is way more real factual news out there than there is misinformation. And so what you don't want is to just make everyone disbelieve everything from the Wall Street Journal to the New York Times. You don't want that, right? Similarly, what you see online is determined in part by what your friends are sharing online. And so you don't want people to necessarily stop sharing true content simply because they saw a misinformation intervention. So you want targeted misinformation interventions. And what we found is that very few research labs are looking at this idea of discernment or the quality of news that's being believed and shared. And they're just looking at misinformation as an outcome. So I think this matters for our interventions. I think that we want to develop targeted interventions. Sometimes I think that we can accept some false positives. So sometimes I think, for example, in the early days of COVID, maybe it is okay to make people somewhat skeptical of all the information they're seeing. Maybe it is okay for people to put on their accuracy goggles with everything, right? And not only on things that are blatantly false. Almost like when you treat cancer, right? You're willing to accept, you want to target the cancerous cells, right? But healthy cells get targeted in the process as well. And you want to minimize that, but sometimes that's acceptable. And you have to choose the research design that is aligned with your normative claim. If your normative claim is we should maximize the accuracy of content that people, you should maximize the quality of content that people believe or the quality of content that people share, you should be adopting a research design that looks at the effect of these interventions on true and false content.
So just to follow up on that real quick, and I also then want to go to Ari on some of these as well, but among these interventions, was there one that kind of seemed surprising, one that kind of everyone agreed upon that, hey, we should be doing this, we should be doing more nudging, but when then we go through this discernment and we actually compare these two kinds of systems, that therefore it's not as good, right? Are there interventions that you've found that have been traditionally relied upon by, and there's, you kind of laid out a whole bunch of these, but is there a group of these that kind of come to the surface as being better than others?
Yeah, I want to be careful here because there's a lot of different types of these interventions within these broad categories of fact-checking and accuracy nudges. And so we've seen variation in the extent to which all of these different types of interventions increase or decrease belief in true and false content. I think that interventions like these pre-bunking interventions, for example, that teach you the strategies that disinformation spreaders use we found in a number of cases that those just make you skeptical of everything in a way that could potentially be harmful. Another way that we've used discernment, or looking at the quality of news shared, is to understand the psychological mechanisms that are driving people to share misinformation. So this is a helpful concept not only in determining the efficacy of misinformation interventions, but also in understanding the psychological motivations that people have to share misinformation. And one surprising thing that we found there is there's this idea in the literature right now that polarization, and specifically affective polarization, how much Democrats and Republicans dislike and distrust one another, is driving people to share misinformation online. And what we find when we look at not only whether it's driving people to share false content, but also true content, is that polarization just makes you share more of everything, right? And specifically, positive feelings towards your in-party makes you share more misinformation and real news, and negative feelings towards the out-party makes you share less of everything, true and false. And so discernment is also really important when we're trying to get at the mechanism. We want to understand what makes you more likely to share false content relative to true content, not just content in general. So that was something that was really surprising as well.
All right. Do you think that platforms should be? I mean, I just want to kind of clarify what you're suggesting, which is stop at least engaging this larger misinformation, kind of conception of misinformation as kind of this mechanical process. Do you want platforms to stop doing large-scale interventions, or what's the change look like for you? Right? Does that mean certain kinds of interventions should no longer be on the table? Perhaps deplatforming shouldn't be on the table, whereas say community notes makes a little bit more sense. Like, do you just want the entire process to be done away with, or is it something that's a little bit more like, okay, we pick these things and then we get rid of these other things?
Yeah, I mean, I essentially, some of these isolated measures I think are, can be good ideas, but basically the entire way of thinking about this as an intervention in a broad systemic mechanical sense, I think needs to go. Let me talk about a narrower case and then I'll address the social media platforms because that's the hardest question. My own observation, if you are a regular reader of the New York Times as I am, when there's an emerging story that pushes against the kind of the default worldview of a New York Times reader, what you'll get is you'll get a series of steps. You'll get first some sort of second ringer reporters who are reporting about it in a misinformation paradigm. And you'll see a story about false information about this emerging news story. It could be the Trump assassination attempt, it could be COVID, it could be the lab leak or whatever, but you'll always get a series of stories about false information about this that is circulating somewhere online. That's an easy story to write because there's always going to be that false information, guaranteed. You can always write that story. And that's always what happens first. There's a kind of radicalization that follows from especially people on the right who read this and they say the New York Times is denying this claim. And then often what happens is a few days or weeks or sometimes months or years later, the Times follows up with one of the highest quality pieces of journalism on whatever that story is. The Trump assassination attempt was an interesting example of this. Actually, let me use a different example, which is the crime wave during 2020 and 2021. You had a kind of initial phase where it wasn't really being talked about very much in legacy media. When it was being talked about, it was being talked about through a misinformation paradigm that was attempting to frame it as basically an illegitimate or a fringe line of inquiry. And then the story would be owned by these alternative and right-wing outlets, sometimes with true information, sometimes with false. And then later, I think too late, you would eventually get the really powerful legacy organs coming in and doing some of the best reporting on it that you can find. There was a Times piece that did this data visualization of, I think it was gun homicides it was a block by block level for the entire United States. And they mapped how many people lived within, I want to say, a 3 or 5 block radius of someone who'd been killed by a gun in the last 3 years. Absolutely fantastic data journalism. Part of my answer is just, that's something that the Times can do exceptionally well, and they should just focus in on doing that and skip the initial story. If they need more time to report it out, they don't have to say anything, or they can do something that is very neutral and narrow. That is, the word intervention is an interesting one. We talk about this at the New Atlantis a lot because we think about which of our pieces to prioritize, what subjects to focus on, what framings to use based on what idea is out there that is wrong or missing something. It's missing an angle, it's missing a piece of information, and how can we intervene? This is a word that we use a lot. That's the type of intervention that I think should be the focus of the bodies whose job is to help make sense of the world, which is to say, especially media outlets and news influencers. They should be engaging in the content, which is to say by producing information, rather than at the meta level of the mechanics, which is to say by trying to adjudicate which ideas are legitimate and which are not. Now, the question you asked is about the social media platforms. That is much harder because the nature of their job is that they are in the meta business, so to speak. They are the platforms where the information is being hosted and shared. I don't envy their position. I do think that the paradigm that they've been working under isn't working, and it's time for them to recognize that. But there isn't an obvious better solution, because the obvious better solution is just to have higher tolerance for what these kinds of platforms are going to naturally produce. It is to just understand that if you're in the business of creating a platform with 10 or 100 million people on it worldwide and putting them all into this one forum where they're all sharing a similar kind of speech mode, you're going to get these kinds of conflicts, and there may not be an intervention that you can do to stop it. My own opinion is that the idea of having social media platforms, especially as we had them about 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, right, where there's essentially a single place where everybody is going to comment and to share information and to share interpretation, you're going to have, everybody's going to be incensed by what they see, because it's like having a classroom where you have a model of free and open exchange, but instead of having 20 students who went through an intense selection process to sit in this august room, you have 500 million people in it who are all screaming at each other at once. It may just be an impossible problem to solve. And my hope is that it will organically, without a great deal of government intervention or a big grand paradigm for it, but that it is an inherently bad enough situation that it will organically work itself out. The corrosive places to go will decline in relevance. Other places will increase in relevance. I think there's a certain sense in which we've already seen some of these shifts happening. Facebook as a platform is much less universalized now than it was 5 or 10 years ago. It's split off into a more kind of fragmented nature. You can see what's happening on Twitter now as another version of this. Twitter is essentially becoming the right-wing social media platform, as all of the, especially left-wing commentators, but also a lot of center-left and mainstream people are starting to leave it. So we're kind of emerging that there's a right-wing Twitter and a left-wing Twitter. And I think that might be a little bit more of a natural state for us to be in. It's more it's more kind of continuous with human history to have that tribal separation and to have a smaller, a more granular set of interactions on the platforms and more platforms to choose from, so that we're not stuck in this kind of collective action problem. 70% of what we're talking about here is fights over what gets displayed on Twitter. And that's because Twitter just has had too much of a monopoly on information over the last 10 years, and it should have less power over that marketplace.
Do you think that, I mean, just to follow up on that a little bit, and I know you also wrote actually a really fascinating American Affairs piece with one of the previous panelists, talking through some of these issues. You know, the one thing that I was thinking about coming away from this conversation, you know, the piece that you wrote is, I mean, I tend to agree with you on this kind of like disagreement or not I don't have love for this general idea of a global town square. I've written about this before in other contexts. You know, I think it's closer to a coliseum, right? I wrote a couple of op-eds talking about how it's a coliseum, not a global square.
Yeah.
But it also seems to me in a very interesting sort of way that these alternatives that have existed out there, right? You know, you have so many different alternatives for media that people could necessarily adopt into. And for some reason, it takes either a big shock or some other thing for basically Twitter to fall apart in order for people then to go over into blue sky. And I you know, and just to put a very fine point on this, right? There's an entire system called the Fediverse, right, where you actually have kind of control over the communities themselves. You can control the content, and you have rulings that can be done at a very, very localized level. And yet those things aren't really all that adopted by individuals. And even in blue sky, which is part of the Fediverse, quote unquote, you know, most people aren't going into those smaller communities. They're tending towards these bigger communities. They're selecting into those groups. Do you think, I mean, you talked a little bit about this demand supply sort of thing. Do people not think about these smaller communities or want or desire these small communities? Or it just seems that there's like there are these options that people could go into, and yet I think your argument is that they're not going into them. So what's the theory there? Why aren't they doing that?
Well, it's just a collective action problem. Twitter has been for the last 10 years, if you're in media and if you're in ideas, that's the place you have to go to influence it. And so if like me, you believe that that's a toxic and unsustainable, it's both unsustainable and yet you can't imagine how it's going to be broken because of the network effect. But you can imagine exogenous shocks that could change that. One of those would be, say, if the ownership of the platform changes in a way that is anathema to its core users, which is in fact what we've seen happen recently, and I think it has, in a meaningful way, broken the collective action problem. Not totally, but in a meaningful way. I will just say this. I don't know exactly how it's going to end, but if I try to imagine Twitter being the place, the monopoly, first of all, there being a monopolistic organ that is the place where everybody goes to converse, and Twitter being it 20 years from now, I can't really imagine that. That which can't continue won't. Even if we're not exactly sure how the end is going to come about.
Brian, shifting to you, how do you think we did in this most recent election as compared to all the previous, just generally on interventions? What's our grade? Did we do good this time around, or are we?
It's funny because I'm usually asked to give grades on polling, but I'm not ready to do that yet. I mean, I think that what we saw this year for misinformation was quite different than what we saw in 2016 and 2020. And so I don't know that our strategies are necessarily well adapted to that. So, you know, there were a lot of news stories coming out the month before the election about foreign disinformation. And in the past, it's been that, you know, like Russia or China has a very specific candidate. They have a specific candidate who they want to win, right? This year, we saw a lot of other state actors come in just trying to sow discord. And which is, of course, like one of the things that Russia has always been trying to do, right? They want to increase affective polarization, make us dislike and distrust members of the opposing party and our institutions more. And so I'd say maybe we haven't done a great job specifically targeting that kind of misinformation. So I think that the misinformation game just keeps changing. And so it's not clear whether the strategies that we've currently developed to deal with the past misinformation are effective. Yeah, I don't know if I have a great answer on how we did in 2024. I will say that one huge difference in 2024 is that after the election, we just didn't have a candidate spreading all this misinformation about the election. So I was on Twitter on election night. Probably shouldn't have been. And I took a bunch of screenshots of what was trending. And what was trending was, Kamala don't concede. 80 million votes missing that are probably Kamala votes. And so all this like left-leaning misinformation. And it was, I included one of them in my slides, and it was going viral. And it was making, Twitter's trends list. But you didn't see it in the news the next day, right? And why is that? Well, it's because the presidential candidate wasn't amplifying it, and members of Congress weren't amplifying it. And so I think that, the misinformation situation just looked a lot different in this election than previous elections.
And now, Ari, going back to kind of what you said previous about, that which cannot continue will not continue. Do you think that the fact that people are going towards these, one theory is that there's this dark force theory of the internet, right? That people are coming back into more private communities. They're going to Slack. They're going to Messenger. I mean, I think about my own personal life, and the conversations I have with some of my closest friends are on basically on our thread that we have through texting each other, and that's the way in which I communicate with them. I've got another one with my brother, and that's done through Signal. So when I look at my own way in which I've interacted with this, it seems personally that I've gone to these, I want to say smaller spaces, but they really truly are smaller spaces. Do you think that's already kind of occurring, and that really what we're seeing is kind of the peak of that trend, right? I mean, Facebook has peaked out in the number of American users, North American users. Twitter's numbers are a little bit hard to parse, but do you think that there is positivity in the fact that people are going towards these spaces, or do you want to see that kind of being driven and continue?
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking for a prediction, I can't see the future, but it does seem like this trend of essentially decentralization is a meaningful one that we're seeing happening over the last few years. I think it is on net a good one. The reason is this. I mean, the point that I've tried to make here is that the problem we're facing is fundamentally a relational one. It's one about human relationships between people and authority figures, between people in their communities, people they trust. I'm thinking about, one of the big subjects of this paradigm is vaccine misinformation during the pandemic. I saw this video of, I think it was Anthony Fauci and Mayor Bowser, DC Mayor Bowser, going door to door during the pandemic, knocking on doors and trying to answer people's concerns about this. There were two things about this that didn't make sense to me. One is, I don't think most people in DC or at the individual level felt like they had quite a personal relationship with somebody like Anthony Fauci. Maybe they may have felt that for Mayor Bowser. The other is that there are cameras there recording this, and it's turned into a kind of spectacle. To me, the most important thing that could have been done on vaccines was to think about who was giving who information, not the mechanics of how the information was being distributed or what the content of it was. That element it's sort of coming. It's more, you hear about it more in misinformation discussions, but it's still too much of a side concern. And so the best thing I could say about the trend that you're talking about is, I think a lot of what's happened, and a lot of the reason we're seeing this problem in the way that we are, is that the universal social media platforms, the universal town square platforms, are essentially engines for destroying tight relationships, right? The kinds of conversations that you might have had on a PHP forum or on Usenet 20 years ago, where you're talking to a few other people, that kind of conversation continued onto Twitter, and you could have had that kind of conversation, and then suddenly you're going viral, and now you're the main character on Twitter for a day. And it's an impossible relational and communal structure and situation for anyone to endure. People have come up with all of these kinds of defense mechanisms for getting through it, but it is fundamentally a suspicion engendering and generating environment. And I don't think there is going to be a solution to this problem as long as that environment endures. So the hope in the trend that you're talking about is that is people responding to the recognition of being in an environment that isn't tolerable for a human person, for a human creature, moving into environments where that might be more possible because they're smaller and you have more trust. And my hope would be that once you are in a landscape where you have hundreds or thousands of forums that are the main ones that people go to for their sense making and their discussion instead of one, then you might have the conditions reemerging again where you can have home bases of trust where people exist, from which they can then go out into the wider and more suspicion-generating world, and that there might be more salutary solutions there that are more continuous with the tradition of American pluralism.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I agree. I've read your work on this, and I think it's really interesting that the earlier social media platforms, there was more respect for the moderator.
Right.
People actually, even when they disagreed with the moderator, who was doing some fact-checking, I guess, they even when they disagreed with them, they respect them, they appreciate them. I think that one thing you might lose by fragmenting the social media space, and all the conservatives go to Truth Social and all the liberals go to Blue Sky. One thing you lose is an incentive to focus on accuracy, right? And I wonder if you're going to have the same. I said before that one reason that crowdsourced fact-checking works really well on these larger platforms is because you have heterogeneity in people's political beliefs and partisan motives, and so you're able to fact-check the other side. I wonder, does that go away when we have these more partisan, smaller, isolated communities, or do you think that they're going to be driven by accuracy above partisanship?
It depends on the norms of the community, right? I mean, accuracy and truthfulness are norms that require a kind of communal cohesion for them to exist at all, right? This is a point, I'm here criticizing the misinformation paradigm. I also am a critic of the kind of free speech maximalist paradigm, the idea that you just have an open marketplace of ideas and ideas resolve ideas, because I think that too can only happen when certain conditions obtain, right? The paradigm, when you're talking about, I believe in a marketplace of ideas and good ideas should chase bad, the idea you're drawing on a kind of 19th century British, Hume and Mill's gentlemanly ethic of spirited retort and exchange. Or you're thinking about a classroom setting, right, where you can say really controversial things and where the professor encourages you to just not get offended and to have open debate. All of those things had intense selection mechanisms that meant that only certain people get to participate in them, and that in order to be able to participate in those forums, you have to have gone through a kind of virtue and character training. The fragmentation reintroduces at least the possibility for that to obtain again. My own experience is, just by looking out in the world, there are clearly going to be platforms like 4chan where the problem is just going to get worse because you're going to have all of the craziest, most lunatic people together encouraging each other with...
Yeah, it's called 8chan. It already exists, right?
Wonderful.
That created its own bifurcation in probably about 10 years ago.
But a contrary point is I've seen on the smaller forums that I'm in, smaller and sometimes more ideologically homogenous and more like-minded, people are just less suspicious of each other, and so they're more willing to correct each other because it won't be seen as a kind of a performative thing where you're trying to get points. It's just, we're brothers in whatever this value set is, and therefore I'm allowed to do that. And I haven't seen that online in a long time, but I've started seeing it in some of the forums that I'm in the last few years, and I don't know, it seems like something that could scale.
So before we go to questions, and I'm hoping people have some questions out there, I also have more that we can get into. I'd like to do a kind of quick round of overrated, underrated, or properly rated. I'd like to give you guys this is something I do at cocktail parties every once in a while. You just kind of throw out some ideas, and you're like, oh, okay, is this being talked about too much? Is it not being talked about enough? Or are we kind of like in the right sort of place? So Elon Musk's buying of Twitter and X, do you think it's overrated, underrated, properly rated? Both of you.
By who is the question?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's meant to spark that 1 or 2 line kind of response and tort to support your idea.
I'll reluctantly say underrated.
Underrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of great things that came out of that, right? Like open sourcing the algorithm, I think is great. But we've seen a lot of misinformation as a result, and so I'm a little mixed on that.
Okay, yeah.
I'll add, I hope that it's going to hasten the end of Twitter, and therefore it's a good thing.
The notion of echo chambers. Overrated, underrated, properly rated. Yeah, I mean, to add some context, one of the things that I've been following is on the echo chamber literature. There's kind of a series of papers that I'm really fascinated by that suggest that we don't actually have enough echo chambers, that we're, almost to your point, that we're not in small enough communities that are, that are sharing information. Information is very hard to share. As you suggested, it's often very difficult to understand and trust individuals. So if you had smaller groups, you could share information quickly. So given that context, do you think this general notion of echo chambers is, do we care about it too much? Do we not care about it enough? Do you think it's kind of properly rated as far as the overall?
I think it's overrated in the sense that, that there's not actually a lot of empirical evidence for echo chambers. What there is increasing empirical evidence for is rabbit holes. That social media allows you to go down rabbit holes, but that people are actually exposed to a mix of opinions, which I think is really great.
This whole series about this phenomenon.
Yeah, so I think this idea of not being in echo chambers is really great. I am worried that if we start to get into smaller social media websites that are more ideologically homogeneous, I think we could see that go away.
I'll say underrated. I think echo chambers, the real phenomenon there is permission structures. What does the environment in which you're speaking allow you to say and disallow you to say? I don't think the main phenomenon is people just hearing ideas and repeating them back. I think it's people nervously looking around for cues about what they can say when.
And thanks for setting this up, Brian, because this is actually one of the ones I wanted to talk about. The extremist right-wing pipeline in YouTube. Overrated, underrated, properly rated, to both of you.
I'll say underrated too.
Yeah, I'm gonna plead the fifth. I don't do a lot of research on YouTube. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I would answer that.
And then finally, before we go to other questions, digital literacy. Just generally speaking, this idea and this notion of digital literacy is underrated, overrated, properly rated.
I think underrated in the sense that I think we need to pay more attention to it, but I think that we need to do so carefully, as I said before, and in a way that is not making people more skeptical of everything. I think we need more targeted digital literacy interventions.
I think it's mostly wildly overrated because it suggests that the problem is that people aren't familiar with being online and need skills in navigating information. I think people are much too familiar with being online. And I don't think that a skill set of kind of skepticism knowing how to interpret good and bad information. I think it's just too small to the nature of the problem we're seeing. Although I will say, I've been amazed to see how much stuff on Facebook now is AI-generated images. And a certain generation, I won't name it, seems to have no ability to recognize the difference between AI-generated and real images, and that makes me a little more sympathetic to the
they'll only get better, right? I mean, if you can't tell the difference now, you definitely won't be able to tell the difference in 5 years.
That's right.
Questions from the audience? Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Will. You
No. Please. I'm also about community, so yes.
I'm being very bossy. You all probably heard enough from me already, but I was struck that in the first panel, when we talked about starting points for rethinking all of these difficult questions, we talked about harm, starting with harm. And I think Ari's right to also ask, maybe we need to start thinking about the demand side of this. And Brian's research and a bit of what Ari was adding on to it is, we also need to look at how humans actually behave, human nature, when it's translated online. But what I didn't hear is any thoughts about where political leadership falls here. Because in an interesting way, you guys have just sketched out a kind of brilliant version of information federalism, where little states of being people can enjoy and enter communities, and if they don't like it, they can go to another place. But where we still need political leadership. So is there a role for either local or, in the case of regulation, federal governments to encourage or discourage some of the things that you've outlined?
That was one of my additional questions, by the way.
Yeah.
So not as articulate as that, but
Do you have an answer?
Yeah, I mean, I think I alluded to this a little bit in the difference between the 2020 election and the 2024 election, is that what you saw there was a difference in how elites were treating the misinformation and to the extent to which they were amplifying it. I think norms matter a lot. And I think that norms around misinformation and veracity have sadly become partisan. I mean, we see misinformation on both sides of the political aisle, but I think we see elites talking about it very differently and sending different signals. One of the things that I've found, so there's this large body of work that shows that Republicans share way more misinformation online than Democrats do. And this is certainly the case. I've done some work recently that tries to understand why this is the case. And it turns out that when you give Democrats and Republicans equal amounts of politically aligned misinformation, Democrats are just as likely to share misinformation as Republicans are. So this idea that Republicans have lower digital literacy or care less about the truth is just not the case. It's that you just have way more misinformation on the political right than the political left. And some of this has to be coming from elites amplifying misinformation or asymmetric norms regarding veracity. And so I think that this is maybe a hot take in the academic literature, but I think we have been focusing far too much on the psychological mechanisms that drive people to believe in and share misinformation, and not focusing enough on elites and norms regarding misinformation.
Yeah, I totally think that political leadership it's a huge part of this. I mean, one of the great conundrums for me of the last 5 to 10 years is why it's next to impossible to think of a clear example of a leadership role in relationship to information being taken by any prominent national figure. What I mean by that, the pandemic is a great example of this, right? Sort of like I'm saying that there's too much weight being placed on these kind of national platforms. There's too much weight being placed on the idea of information and on its dispositive role in national political life. In COVID, we had all of these fights around what does the science say about masking? Does it say that it works or it doesn't work? What does it say about all of these different things? In most of these cases, the science just didn't answer these questions. It was much too weak and limited. You had the flip-flop on masking is like a great case study in this, right? You had masking was initially a kind of right-wing, MAGA, China xenophobic coded kind of thing to do until from about early January to mid-April of 2020, and then it flipped around and it became a kind of blue city, antisocial solidarity kind of coded thing to do. And we had this whole story for that first phase about how the science has settled this question, masking doesn't work, and then about 2 weeks later we heard, actually there's all this new science that has emerged and it does work. None of this was true. The science on this stuff is really bad if you dig into it. It's just very low quality. You had to have somebody get up in front of the public and say, we're in a crisis. There has to be a decision made. We have to have a plan. Here's what we're going to do. This is the plan, and this is my reasoning for it. It could have been, this is a prudent thing to do while we're getting all of these other solutions in place. We're not completely sure that this works, but we think it might help, and it's the thing that we're going to do together for a little while until we achieve this other thing. Whatever it is, a kind of national leadership paradigm, right? Imagine if we'd gotten through World War II and you had like a mid-level bureaucrat at the NIH who was de facto running World War II and said, we're running all of these studies and we've done a bunch of peer-reviewed research and like, this is the way to defeat the Nazis. You can't solve a problem like that, not only actually in terms of what you're doing, but in terms of political buy-in for it, by appealing to these truth claims when there are all of these just hard trade-off decisions that have to be made. And crucially, the crucial thing about that is to understand when the plan doesn't work or the public doesn't like it, the person who said this is my decision is the one who takes the fall for it. Anthony Fauci and the NIH simply should never have had the level of responsibility, positive and negative, both in terms of de facto decision making and in terms of taking the fall for the decision making that he had, because those decisions should have been understood by everyone to belong really squarely to President Trump, President Biden, and the governors. And instead, what you mostly heard from them was, well, this is above our pay grade. We're going to let the scientists figure this out. No, this is exactly what we pay you to do. You're the ones who have to fall on this grenade for us. And that idea is sorely missing. And I think if it were there, the amount of salience that would be on the misinformation problem would be lower. It would be more tenable.
This is great because this is actually something I was going to ask about very specifically, which is, do you think that I remember very, very vividly about, I was literally 4 years ago now, I saw a friend of mine, and she and I disagreed very, very, very strongly on a lot of different political issues. She posted a picture of her newest ornament in her, at her tree right around this time, and it was Anthony Fauci, and it just, for some reason, I have a clip of it still, but for some reason it just really riled me up to think that, that it felt like very much like a cultish personality on both ends, right? That this person is an embodiment of science as, almost science as God, or science as, you put your family members on the tree, you put, an angel on top of it, and you're seeing Anthony Fauci instead, which just was a very, very odd kind of, odd sort of image to be presented on Facebook. Do you think that had Anthony Fauci not been in this case, not been in leadership during COVID, that this conversation would just be completely different in a very dramatic sense, right? Because the COVID misinformation, it does exist elsewhere, but in the United States, it seems to be very specifically key and important in a way that the political conversations, for example, when I follow my friends in the UK, the COVID misinformation sort of ideal isn't really it's not as salient, it's not like a central part of the political conversation. It exists there, but it just doesn't seem to be as important. I guess that's just a long-winded way of saying, do you think that had there been different, great people in position of power during COVID, it would have looked very differently? The world, despite all of the vaccines and everything that happened, that it would have been very different.
I don't think it would have been. I think it was going to be a disaster and a socially grueling one no matter what. I think that's one of the biggest pieces of misinformation, as it were, especially from the kind of COVID skeptical world, that there was some perfect plan out there, and if we just ran it like they did in Sweden, then it would have been fine. I don't think that's the case. I think everywhere that got hit hard, it was a kind of a social and political bomb dropped. I think that's always the case in pandemics. I do think that Fauci's prominence was just the product of a leadership vacuum. I often talk to people when I get into conversations with people about Fauci. At some time I'll mention, he was the head of like one of the national institutes of health out of 30 or however many they are. He was like, number 300 on the org chart of national COVID leadership. And they're like, really? He wasn't head of the CDC or federal COVID response czar or something? No, he was just kind of a guy who stepped up when nobody else who was in the roles that were supposed to do that were stepping up. And one of the smartest things I've heard about the pandemic was from Yuval Levin, because my default argument is to say, the people in charge should just speak the truth and say, well, we're not sure about this, we're not sure about that. And you've all pointed out, well, that's what the head of the CDC was doing for the first couple of weeks of COVID, and everyone hated it because they just wanted answers. They didn't want, on the one hand, on the other hand, they wanted a plan. And Fauci was the only one who was in a position of authority who got up and offered a plan and leadership. I think it was a pretty bad plan and bad and poor leadership, but he was doing it when no one else was. And if you had an actual president, right, the person who was in a position of leadership who used to go on the tree is the president, right? Like, I used the World War II example. That would have been FDR, not the head of some secondary position in the Air Force or something like that. It's the fact that we're missing that role that I think produces that.
Yeah, there's a lot of research on uncertainty. We don't like uncertainty, right? In times of COVID, like, we don't want an uncertain plan of action, right? But it may be that communicating some level of uncertainty with a plan towards gaining greater certainty later on is actually going to be more convincing to people and put them more at ease and make them more likely to accept your recommendations. I think we need to do a better job in the risk communication literature of understanding in what circumstances can communicating risk can communicating uncertainty actually lead to better outcomes? I'm not sure that it would have in the early days of COVID, but I think we just need to tell the truth when we don't know something for certain. Academics are really good at this, maybe to a fault, right? We're very unlikely to say anything with certainty because there's always a chance that your design just isn't quite right. But yeah, I think this is probably a key area for risk communication moving forward.
Other questions?
Over on the left.
Yes.
To piggyback on Christine Rosen's question about, comment about regulation. If government or political regulation is unrealistic, at what level can independent regulation be imposed? For example, on the panel we have an editor and a professor, so you're professional evaluators of things. And there was a little confusion on my part when you spoke of tweets, which are generated by individuals and are not and are presented as comments, not necessarily disinformation. Even if on election night there's a trend of comments that aren't necessarily factually accurate, they're still just comments. Or on the other hand, you were also presenting as a disinformation fake articles, fake news articles. The two things can be regulated two very different ways. Tweets possibly could be moderated by social media platforms, whereas fake news articles could possibly have a more legal moderation. Is there some recourse beyond government action that can result in more regulation?
I'll admit that I don't think too much about regulation on a day-to-day basis. I will say that I think that there are, and so a lot of the interventions that I suggested are not things that you necessarily need to do at a regulatory level, right? And they're things that I think social media companies often would be incentivized to do, especially if they care about, and Ari's made this point in his writing, especially if they care about keeping people on the platform long term. They don't want a platform that's overrun by misinformation. So it gets really hairy when you start to talk about, having, regulations that Twitter or Facebook must take down any comments that is misleading. And I think that is huge free speech concerns. But I think that you can leverage our general desire to present truthful content to maybe achieve similar ends. So for example, there's some recent research that shows that partisans, like highly polarized partisans, when they're making decisions about what to post online, they're incentivized primarily to post things that align with their political party, right? But that they would also really like to share things that are accurate. And if they're trying to get social credibility, if they're trying to obtain social rewards for members of their in-party, they know that they're going to get higher social rewards for posting true politically agreeable content, not false politically agreeable content. And so I think that there's maybe ways to nudge people towards sharing more accurate content that doesn't involve regulation. I think there are things that we agree should be regulated. Like I think that there are not too many people in this room who think that hate speech should be allowed to run rampant on these social media sites. And then we have an ongoing conversation about kind of where we draw that line. Is it election denialism? Is it explicit racism? I mean, just like I think that that's a tricky thing. Ari's thought about this more than I have, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have a terrific answer, but I would agree that, okay, I'll say a couple things. One is, yeah, there are certain types of information or speech that I think there isn't much controversy about regulating them on the platforms. Hate speech is an example, pro-terrorism content, instructions for building a bomb, child pornography, things like that. Those don't really enter into the conversation because everyone essentially agrees on them. It is specifically where there is disagreement about which speech should be allowed that the platforms should be the most eager to not be in the business of making those decisions, right? Because essentially what's happening is an attempt to replace what is fundamentally a political dispute, which is to say a values dispute among users of a platform or members of a country over what the values of the country should be, attempting to do an end run around that dispute through mechanical and transpolitical means, or what claim to be transpolitical means of these regulatory structures. That's the specific paradigm that I think is very misguided, has kind of been proved not to work. Now, on the other side of that, there are things that you can think of as interventions that can be done. I keep emphasizing that the problem here that we're seeing is fundamentally a relational one, a relationship between individuals on a platform, between individuals using a platform and the people who are running it. The things that I think can make this situation better are things that are designed specifically to improve those relationships and to improve those ties and trust. The article that I wrote in National Affairs with John Askonas uses Hacker News as an example. This is a news aggregating website. It's all pseudonymous users. They're spread all over the world, but they're all in the tech industry. And there's no complicated regulation system. There's just two guys who moderate it. One of them is named Dan Gackle. His handle is Dan G. And he's just a sort of charismatic authority figure where everybody just trusts him as a guide. And not only does he have the supreme authority to just axe whatever comments he doesn't like, just based on his own judgment about what's not good, but people respect it and admire it because he's been doing it for a long time. He's running the site. And he also offers leadership and guidance. When he axes someone's comments, when he cuts them, he'll usually post a response explaining why he did so and encouraging people to be more in line with the forum. That's a remarkable achievement. I don't know that you can replicate that in every forum, but it is an example of, it's a real intervention, and it's not even one that's trying to justify itself in any way other than I'm the voice of God here and you have to listen to me or you can go somewhere else. I think that's the kind of example we could use more of. And at a national scale, when we're talking about misinformation problems, there are lots of other things that you can do. If you're in the framework of how do I conspicuously do things that will build trust and will be understood as designed to build trust, rather than to engage people adversarially, you should always take those opportunities when they arise.
So to follow up on that, I'd like to get to your questions in here. Everyone agrees. I think no one really likes hate speech, but when it comes to First Amendment concerns, there is still pretty strong limitations on what governments can determine that you cannot say, right? So that even though people disagree about hate speech, and yes, no one really wants to see it, it's not as though you can easily, pass a law to get rid of it. And in fact, some of these have been shot down. I don't know that case law particularly well. I'm not a First Amendment lawyer by any means. I'm a really bad economist. But I would say, kind of related to that, and one of the questions that I have generally are those cases or are those laws that have been passed, right? So Minnesota passed a law that intends to impede, that basically prohibits speech that intends to impede or prevent another person from exercising the right to vote. The speaker specifically knows to be materially false. These sorts of laws, right? These prevention of information, exercising the right to vote laws. Do the both of you generally support these? Have you been thinking about this at all? I understand this is kind of a right out of the right field sort of question, but the Minnesota seems to be pretty strongly, pushing for this. They have pushed it. They adopted it. These kind of, these laws that prohibit very specific speech when it comes to political speech. What are your general thoughts on them? Do you have general thoughts on them, or just should we go to an easier sort of question?
I'm sorry, are you talking about anti-hate speech laws or something related to voting?
Anti-hate speech laws, I think, are slightly, they're different than what is being pushed, or at least what has been pushed in the states, particularly by Minnesota, which is impeding or preventing information when it comes to political action, right? So this is like this is a pure election misinformation law as compared to hate speech, which is very different. Have you been supportive of those sorts of laws? Do you know about them? It's understandable if you haven't been following this particularly closely. It's in the States. It's kind of a niche topic, a niche issue.
I haven't followed it very closely, but I'm kind of constitutionally skeptical that these laws are a good idea.
Yeah, I also haven't followed it, but I will say that, again, just drawing back on this notion of holding elites accountable for spreading misinformation, I don't necessarily think that we need to legally hold Uncle Joe accountable for retweeting something that an elite said that contains election misinformation. But I do think that the kinds of mechanisms that allowed the Sandy Hook families to, sue Alex Jones for spreading, really terrible misinformation, I think that we need to make sure that we have enough of those. So I think that we just need to be selective in who we're targeting, and I think we need to be thoughtful about where the problem actually is. Is it at the general user level for people who are not really encountering that much misinformation, or is it at the super spreader kind of elite level, people who know better and are profiting from it?
Yes, you, sir.
Sorry about my voice. My question is, why isn't open government policy part of the discussion here? And just to motivate that question, 30 years ago, if you were a reporter, and while covering the CDC or the EPA or the FCC, you could pick up the phone and talk to the relevant experts easily. Can't do that anymore. You got to go through the PR office that has a political agenda. It makes it much less harder to take advantage of all this expertise. I used to wander around the FCC and could talk to the various experts to educate me. Can't really do that anymore. Besides, it's being locked down. The quality of open meeting laws today with modern technology, the elected officials are messaging each other, making a mockery of the open meeting laws. The quality of roll call votes and legislators. Just awful leaders don't want members making controversial votes. So the quality of roll call votes, all of this makes it much harder. And more, our public record laws are abysmal. They don't work when you're looking for controversial information. Unless you're deep-pocketed and have lots of time, they just don't work. These are ways to get good facts out there, and they're getting more and more difficult to access for reporters and motive public-spirited citizens. Should this be part of the discussion in terms of upgrading the factual content of our public policy debates? We spend so much money on government, and all this valuable information is not getting out there because those that have power have figured out it's not in their interest to have this type of open government policy that works. So why isn't this part of the discussion?
Sure, I'll take that. Yeah, I personally haven't thought about the open government question in those terms a great deal. But I generally would say that this fits into the framework of what I've been saying, which is if you are in a position of authority over people whose trust you want, and you behave as if you are suspicious of them, they will be suspicious of you in turn. So policies that are undertaken in a spirit of adversariality or of kind of informational hygiene or protectionism or trying to manage the way that people receive things, not only will it not have the effect that you want, but it will elicit the opposite effect. So yeah, anything that's being done in government to minimize people's access to expertise or to minimize their access to government facts, whether that's high levels of classification of information, or if it's just making members of the bureaucracy who are experts less accessible to public and reporters, whatever else, it will just increase the suspicion of the people who are looking for this information and make them less inclined to believe what they are hearing. Yeah, I can say more about this, but for all of the big subjects of misinformation discussion, vaccines, masking, the 2000 election, all of these things, there are a lot of things that you can think of that people in charge could have done that might seem like they are small substantive objections, but are things that are worth doing anyway, right? That would address, that are worth doing specifically because they would address the objection of somebody who is suspicious of you, and therefore are worth doing purely as trust-building exercises, as displays of unearned generosity. Do I think those will immediately repair the relationship between authorities and the public? No, not immediately. It'll take a long time, but it'll be all the more valuable if you do those kinds of things conspicuously without expecting a specific outcome from that. So yeah, I think greater government transparency, greater open government initiatives is in the spirit of doing that, of displays of trust.
Maybe I'll just briefly add that I think that I feel like I keep trying to be the optimist in the room. I think that if you look at the period from 1998 to 2024, I think that for the average citizen, it has become remarkably easier to find information about government. I was in Boston during COVID doing a postdoc, and I could find the daily wastewater report on how much COVID was in the wastewater, right? So it's just like, there is so much information out there, I think, for the average person who's seeking it to find. For specialists, it may be running into brick walls every now and then. There's this great quote by Bill Clinton in the year 2000 arguing that the internet is going to democratize information. It is going to lead to a world where we have these town squares and abundant access to government information. And then I have a quote, there's a quote that I put right next to that in my dissertation from Barack Obama in 2016 saying the internet poses the greatest threat to democracy that we've ever seen. And so I think it shows you that, well, I think that it is easier than ever to access government information, but it's also easier than ever to access a lot of other information as well. So.
And with that, please give our panelists a hand.
Thanks. That's good.
Okay, I hope everyone is continuing to enjoy lunch and also got the cookies. They're very good. We're going to start with our keynote address with Jonathan Rauch. First of all, he has chastised me and said I may not give his full biography. It has to be brief. So I'll talk really quickly like our new nominee for the IRS, almost like I'm doing an auction. Jonathan Rauch is a senior fellow in the Governance Studies program and the author of 8 books and many articles on public policy, culture, and government. He's a contributing writer to The Atlantic, recipient of the 2005 National Magazine Award. He's written tons of books, many of which you guys know. The one I will point you in the direction of, if you have not read it, is 2021 book, The Constitution of Knowledge, A Defense of Truth. That's the reason why I wanted him to be our keynote today, because it's actually a book that looks both at the practical and the theoretical level at some of the ways we should be thinking about the usefulness of information, in particular in a pluralistic democracy. He writes about a lot of things, though, and I'm not going to do the whole list of them, but I want to leave you with a quote from The Constitution of Knowledge, because I think it touches on what our first 2 panels discussed and what our final panel of the day in the afternoon will talk about. And he talks about how in his book he's supplemented what he calls liberal science with the term reality-based community, by which I mean the social network which adheres to liberal science's rules and norms. Communities' interactions are structured and elaborate. They amount to much more than just the sum of an individual's doings, and the essential enablers, connectors, and transmitters are institutions. Institutions propagate and enforce norms and rules, evaluate and certify credentials, set agendas, direct resources, enforce accountability, and train future generations. Today, the institutions and norms of liberal science, not individuals, are the real targets of attack by nihilists and bullies. So the reason I chose that quote is to show you just how both expansive and particular Jonathan's views of our information challenges are. And so I will now turn it over to him to discuss those with you. Jonathan.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you all for being here. It's an honor to be at AEI and to make the long journey from Brookings next door, where I work. I am, in the next 25 minutes or so, going to give you a perspective that I think is in many ways somewhat different than you heard this morning. Here is my topic: is disinformation a thing? Inspired by that great scientific journal article, What, If Anything, is a Zebra? There are points, certainly a lot of points of agreement with the perspectives we heard this morning, but I'm going to argue for a very different emphasis. I think too many of us that are talking about this are looking for our car keys under the streetlight rather than where they actually are. Here is the sort of thing that we hear a lot of, and we heard some of this morning in talking about disinformation, that the term has essentially become useless. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. This is Dan Williams, a professor, speaks of the unfortunate concept creep in which terms like misinformation and disinformation are increasingly used to cover a large and expanding category of uncongenial content, including problematic opinions and accurate information carrying the wrong message and satirical memes. And the argument goes that, well, if disinformation ever did mean anything, it's not a concept that's useful anymore. I am going to argue to the contrary. Yes, it is a thing. It is an important concept. We must not give it up any more than if people start talking about cats as all animals with 4 legs, we would give up the concept of catness. Second, we talk far, far too much about social media and platforms. It's not that they're unimportant, but this is a subject that is primarily about techniques and not technologies. Third, we also talk much too much about free speech versus censorship in the context of disinformation. It is the wrong paradigm to think constructively. And definitely not least, it's the politicians, stupid. You heard this from Brian this morning, and I'm going to try to reinforce it. This is a photo of an explosion at a chemical plant in Centerville, Louisiana, September 11th, 2014. Of course, the anniversary of 9/11. What you see here is the Twitter post that Anna Russell put up. You see on the right that there's video of the explosion that's still coming from it. However, when reporters called the chemical plant, they were told that there was no explosion. When they called the local director of Homeland Security, he said he didn't know what was going on, but personally, I think it's just a real sad, sick sense of humor. Now, would anyone care to guess who Anna Russell actually is? Bingo. That's Anna Russell. This is the troll farm in St. Petersburg that was run by Evgeny Prigozhin. Yes, that guy. These are the people who are behind that. They were doing a test run in 2014 to find out how easy it is to propagate misinformation to the system. Here's another one. This is a map that the Defense Department makes available. They do an exercise. I think it's biennial, but it might be annual in the Southwest. It's called Jade Helm. It's well known. It's publicized. There are maps and there are schedules. These are military exercises run in the Southwest. However, summer 2015, the rumor goes viral online that what's in fact going to happen is an Obama administration coup to round up conservatives and dissidents. This gets so much traction that Governor Abbott of Texas actually directs the Texas State Guard to monitor the operation to make sure that it is not a coup. Would anyone care to guess where this bit of information came from? Here is former CIA Director Michael Hayden.
The Russian bots in the American alt-right media convinced many Texans was an Obama plan to round up political dissidents. I'm figuring the Russians are saying, we can go big time. And at that point, I think they made the decision, we're going to play in the electoral process.
So, friends, this is disinformation. It is a thing. What kind of thing is it? It is not the same as people who are saying stuff that's just wrong, or stuff that I happen to disagree with, or things that people shouldn't say. Here's my definition. There are lots of others, but this is the one I prefer to work with. Disinformation manipulates the information environment in order to deceive, disorient, divide, and demoralize. Now, please note, this is not an evaluation of a particular statement. What we're not saying here is that you look at a proposition and identify it as true or disinformation. This is a technique of propaganda. It's a system, a method of manipulation. It can, in fact, use true information as part of what it's doing and does that all the time. Every time you see a forged document drop that the USSR would do, it would be mostly true documents with some strategic forgery salted in. That's how you build credibility. You'll notice I emphasize demoralize there. You want to do all of those things, deceive people if you can, but if not, at least confuse and disorient them. You want to divide them politically, but above all, you want to demoralize, because if you can demoralize your target population, you will demobilize them. They will become cynical, fatalistic, they'll believe no one anymore, they'll stay home. That's how you win a war without firing a shot. And countries, of course, have known this since Napoleonic times. Here is one of the best descriptions of what happens from someone who ought to know. This is Yuri Bezmenov, a senior KGB defector speaking in 1983. Now, listen to the way he talks about this.
But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures.
There you have it. Once you demoralize people, you can shower them with true information. They'll no longer know what to believe. They won't know if anything is true. This is how fairly small groups can dominate and influence much larger populations. In disinformation environments, we're looking at deliverables like this. These are quotes from actual people that I grabbed from the media. Cynicism. There's no real news sources anymore. I don't trust anything. Deception. We don't know the outcome of the 2020 election. That was from a US Senate candidate. And above all, of course, demoralization. I guess I would have to say that I'm completely confused as to who is lying and who is telling the truth. I just feel helpless. That's the outcome that's being sought. Now, there are lots of ways to do this. This is a very well-studied field. Propaganda studies goes back decades. These techniques have been known since the 19th century. Masters of them included people like Lenin and Goebbels. You can read Mein Kampf and learn about these. But they include such tactics as repetition. It turns out the more often you say something, the more likely people are to believe it's true, even if what you're doing is saying in order to debunk it. This was referred to earlier in the day. Reversal. This is, I'm not, but you are. I'm not the Russian puppet, you're the puppet. I'm not the one trying to steal the election, you're the one trying to steal the election. I'm not the one committing a war of aggression against Ukraine. The Ukrainians are the Nazis committing the war of aggression against us. This turns out, as simple as it sounds, to be a very effective way of confusing people. Attention hijacking, sometimes known as trolling. A lot of this is done online, and it's very effective, which is if you directly assault someone's reputation, or if you violate norms, people in that community or the individual whose reputation you have tarnished will feel that they have no choice but to respond. And that means you can get their mental energy consumed by saying and doing outlandish and insulting things. Does that sound familiar? Conspiracism. We talked about this a little bit over lunch, which is you don't have to say something is true. All you have to do is say, well, you know, a lot of people are saying, I'm just asking questions. This turns out to be an effective way to create doubt. This also should sound very familiar. Consensus spoofing. This one is predominantly used these days by the left, and it may be the most sophisticated of all these tactics. If a small minority of people can manipulate the environment so that they appear to be in the majority, they can have outsized influence on everyone else, because a lot of people will think, well, if the majority believes this, then perhaps I'm wrong and they're right. The great modern pioneers of this are the anti-vaxxers, who figured out in 2013 and 2014 how to manipulate search engine optimization, use influencers, and so on, so that if you went online and you looked up vaccines, it would look like there was a large, prestigious scientific community questioning vaccination. This, of course, was then picked up by other movements such as Stop the Steal. And finally, the one that I want to dwell on for a little bit longer, the fire hose of falsehood. In the fire hose of falsehood, what you do is you just scatter so many lies, exaggerations, half-truths, and conspiracy theories through so many channels simultaneously that you overwhelm people's cognitive defenses. They get confused. The fact checkers and newspapers can't keep up with it. And by the time they've knocked down 2 of them, you put 10 more up. Master of this, Vladimir Putin. This is a Russian specialty and has been for years. This is Sergei Skripal. He was a Russian dissident who was poisoned by the KGB using a Soviet-era nerve gas agent called Novichok. Only one country in the world had access to Novichok, so this assassination attempt was deliberately staged to identify the Russians and intimidate the targets. When Russia was confronted about this, however, they had an explanation. In fact, they had a lot of explanations. Here are just some of them. Britain poisoned them, Ukraine poisoned them, it was an accident, it was a suicide, on and on and on. No attempt, notice, to make these explanations a coherent narrative or story. Just throw it all out there. As the Washington Post said, they fling up swarms of falsehood, concocted theories, and red herrings intended not so much to persuade people as to bewilder them. Okay, now the pivot where we make it real and where I try to make the argument that focusing on social media and platforms is missing the forest for the trees. Who else uses this tactic? The real opposition is the media, and the way to deal with them is to flood the zone with shit. Now, that may be a vulgar way to put it, but it is technically an accurate description of fire hose of falsehood, mass disinformation, or propaganda campaign. And who does that? 2016, this is PolitiFact's fact check of checkable statements by the two political candidates. They did this again in October of that year. The numbers really hadn't changed. 26% of Hillary Clinton's checkable statements were mostly or entirely false. Now, that's not a good thing. We wish that didn't happen, but perhaps it's in accord with what one expects of a political candidate at the height of a campaign. Donald Trump, same measure. 71% mostly or entirely false. Now, friends, I don't believe that anyone in this room could go around from day to day and have 71% of the checkable statements you make that be false by accident. You could try. That's the only way you could do it. You're doing this deliberately. Very first thing, literally the first thing Donald Trump does as president is lie about the size of the crowd at his inauguration. Now, anyone with two eyes can see the difference. Who is he fooling with this lie? The point isn't to deceive. The point is to disorient and to assert sovereignty over facts. Now, I'm in charge of what's true. I can say one thing today, and I can say the opposite thing tomorrow. He also, by the way, lied about whether it rained during his inauguration. Again, completely pointless unless you want to say, I'm in charge of the facts now, and I'll say whatever I want. Here he is, changing the trajectory of a hurricane with a Sharpie pen. This is not something you do if you want to persuade experts that you're right. Washington Post fact checkers found 30,573 false or misleading claims over his 4 years in office. That's an average of 20 a day. Again, you don't say 20 false things in public a day on average by accident. And now I want you to focus your attention on this little bit starting in the summer of 2020. Look at what happens to that line. It goes way up. Does anyone have a guess what happened in the months leading up to November of 2021? Election, of course. The Stop the Steal campaign begins in the spring, late spring, early summer of 2021 with Trump's attack on mail-in voting. And over there at Brookings, down the block, we in governance studies are all puzzled by this because there's a pandemic going on, right? And a lot of elderly people, older voters, are going to want to vote by mail, and they disproportionately vote for the Republicans. So what do they think they're doing? What we missed was that what this campaign was targeting was not election day, it was the day after the election. Trump could read the polls, he knew he was behind, he knew he would probably lose, or at least might well lose, and what he was putting in place is the message and then the networks, and testing the networks for the message that he would drive the day after the election if he lost. This was premeditated. And so here's what he does. This is his Twitter feed. I just looked for the word election. This is 1 day's worth. I picked these at random. Here's another day's worth. What you can see is from early hours in the morning until the wee hours of the next morning, he is blasting out that the election was stolen. But it's not just social media. In fact, it's not even mainly social media. I believe he could have conducted this campaign just as effectively if Twitter didn't exist. For example, He's using lawsuits to drive this message. He files 62 election lawsuits. As most of you know, 61 of them failed. The one that didn't fail, there was a technicality. It didn't involve the outcome of the election. Why would someone lose 61 lawsuits? The answer is this is not about winning in court. This is about driving the message. And indeed, no two of these lawsuits alleged the same scheme of election fraud. They're all sending out different messages. It's part of the fire hose of falsehood, but all flow, of course. It's Republican politicians and elites. It's conservative media. Above all, it's the White House itself blasting out all kinds of election conspiracy theories inconsistent with each other, many of them outlandish, like the crazy thing about the Italian satellites and I guess, I don't know, was it Venezuela or Maduro or someone like that? And that's what they're really doing here. And the way this works is, okay, you cook up a lie about stolen election in Maricopa County, that's Phoenix, that's a key place in the 2020 election. There are 4 official audits of the vote, and they all show that Joe Biden won. The MAGA state legislature then orders a 5th audit conducted by MAGA. It finds that Biden won by an even larger margin. So you can then guess what happened. Donald Trump takes to the stage and says, "I'm sorry, I was wrong about Maricopa County." Raise your hand if you think that's what he did. This is what he did. He then simply alleged fraud in Pima County based on nothing. This is how that works. Friends, this is not unintentional, right? No one can look at this and say, well, this is just some misguided people who are being clumsy or thoughtless on the internet. These are age-old propaganda campaigns that have been used in a sophisticated, aggressive, and successful way in the United States in a way that we have never seen before, or at least not since the 1850s, when Confederate pro-secession forces ran a massive disinformation campaign in the South. You can see how effective this has been. Almost 2/3 of Republicans, 3 years later, still believed that the election was stolen, and that remains the case today, as opposed to most Americans. What you see here is a bifurcated reality, with conservative Republican America in its own world, a divided nation organized largely around a very, very dangerous lie. Republicans were convinced this is no longer a democracy. This is what I want you to walk away with if you walk away with one thing. It's the politicians stupid, okay? This is not about social media platforms and their designs. We'll come to that in a minute. But it looks to me, based on the evidence I've seen, that social media is not the #1 driver of disinformation. I don't think it's even #2. I think cable TV is #2. Politicians, and we'll extend that to political elites, are far and away #1, not just here, but around the world. We're talking about Trump and the MAGA movement, but we're also talking about Viktor Orban, and we're talking, of course, about Vladimir Putin, and on and on and on. There's a good new book out. I haven't read it yet. It's brand new, but it's by Bill Adair, who is at Duke University, is a founder of PolitiFact and a founder of the International Fact Checkers Network. They have compiled libraries of tens of thousands of fact checks from organizations around the world, looked at where those are coming from. What they find is that overwhelmingly, it's still the politicians who are primarily driving disinformation, giving cues to all those people out there on social media and on conservative media or liberal media or whatever about what the message is going to be and what people like us believe. And yes, he finds, as you heard this morning, that Republicans lie more. That appears to be, as partisan as it sounds, that appears to be simply a fact and something that we'll all have to come to grips with. Okay, dealing with it, this part's going to be really short because the rest of the conference is about it, and I'm really not completely sure how to deal with it. But the first thing to do is get out of our minds the whole concept that this is about censorship versus free speech on online platforms. You're completely missing the point. This is about sophisticated tactics of cognitive warfare that can use any form of platform and any set of policies to exploit it using these tactics. Think instead about epistemic guides and guardrails, how to guide people and institutions away from these tactics. One is smarter product design. I have never been very optimistic about the ability of policies on social media to weed this stuff out. We heard why this morning. I still think it's worth doing. I think content moderation and community standards are important because I think it's important for all of these companies to set some rules of the road and tell us what they're all about. But possibly more significant would be smarter product design. There's no reason, for example, that on Twitter, now X, the minute you pressed send, the thing goes all over the world instantly. You haven't thought about your reputation. You haven't checked whether it's true. You could put in a pause. There's no reason why Facebook users, super users, can post on Facebook hundreds of times a day. It turns out most of the viral disinformation comes from a small amount of super users. There's no reason to design systems that way. There are lots of things you can do with these systems to make them a little bit more resistant to these kinds of tactics. Second, something that came up earlier, cognitive immunization, pre-bunking, as it's sometimes called. This is not foolproof, but it does appear in many circumstances to be useful. The great modern textbook example of effective pre-bunking was the Biden administration's staged release of classified information before the Russian attack on Ukraine, revealing what the Russian disinformation would look like. Putin was going to hire a bunch of actors to stage what looked like a Ukrainian skinhead Nazi attack on Russians. By telling the world that that was what was going to expect, two things happened. First, the attack, if it came about, would be less effective. But second, Putin didn't even do it. He was deterred by the fact that it was revealed. So pre-bunking, I think, has got to be part of our toolkit. As Brian said earlier, we need to get better at refining it and understanding when it does and doesn't work. But I think it's certainly better than nothing. Resilient audiences, education, training, helping people understand what they're getting hit with. Now, there's mixed data on this. I understand that. But I think the real-world experience of the Baltic states, for example, counts for something. These are countries that are hit day after day, years, decades long with Russian disinformation. And they have learned how to do things like they've got, I think it's Estonia, could be Lithuania, sorry, that has a weekly TV show where they talk about what's new in disinformation. They've kind of gamified it. They educate people about it. They have done a better job than we have of providing resilience. Sophisticated media, it's a good thing, not a bad thing, that journalists now understand this stuff better. They will contextualize a story, tell you where it came from. They will be on guard against it. This last one may be most important, and it's the one no one ever thinks about, and it may surprise you. Depolarize to propagandize. So you may all remember this. This is protests. In Houston, May of 2016, this is the heart of Texas, which is a white nationalist or supremacist group of some kind. Across the street from United Muslims of America, this is rival demonstrations in front of basically a mosque. You can see they're separated by police. Some of you will know this. Who organized these rival real-world demonstrations? Right? This is their game. It is not primarily to convince Americans about falsehoods about the election. It is to divide Americans. Our antagonists understand that the more divided, the more polarized a population is, the more people hate the other side, the more they will be receptive to propaganda. And the more they're receptive to propaganda, the more you can drive that polarization and weaken them. And, by the way, this is something that domestic actors can do just as well, if not better, than foreign actors. And this appears to be the spiral that we're now in. We can do something about this. We can do lots of things about this. It is a very difficult problem. I mean, anyone who works in political science knows polarization, especially affective polarization, negative partisanship, this is a really hard thing. But, for example, I'm involved with a group called Braver Angels. It is a national grassroots depolarizing movement. It's in all 50 states. It's all volunteers. It's equal numbers of Republicans and Democrats. It's workshops. It's debates. There are all kinds of forums. But the goal is not to find common ground on substance, but to reteach ourselves how to talk to each other. And it turns out the single most common thing that people say after leaving one of these sessions, or any number of other groups that are doing similar things, is we're not as divided as we've been led to believe. And that is literally true. Americans' policy positions across the two sides are exaggerated by a factor of 2 on issues like immigration, abortion, gun control, and just general views of government. These propagandists who are playing us are exaggerating our differences. We can do something about that. Here's something else we can do about it. This one really surprises people, but it will gratify some of the people in this room, because AEI is the national center of people thinking about this. If someone asked me what single thing would I do to heal the divisions in American society and make us less susceptible to the manipulations that we are now threatened with, it would be fix Congress. What does that have to do with polarization and propagandization? Congress is the only national body, the only forum that can bring people of different parties, factions, regions, and interests together to do bargaining and negotiations, to strike compromises, to have a stake in those compromises, to gather the information necessary to make those compromises. When Congress is broken, nothing else works, and it becomes that much easier for our domestic and foreign adversaries to play these games with our mind. There are 2 wonderful books about this, both written by AEI scholars. I cannot recommend them highly enough. So, those are my messages to you today. Forget about free speech versus censorship. Forget about social media, at least don't talk about it so much. It's the politicians stupid. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I refuse to abide by your rule not to talk about social media, except during our conversation, because what strikes me most viscerally in your remarks is the description of Trump from post-2020 election, which we all remember, and the fact that the country reelected him. So there is something about the performative telling of lies, the deliberate sowing of lies and discord that we like. So we were talking in an earlier panel about the demand issue, if people actually like misinformation. We've heard over the last 8 years many discussions of how Trump has transformed our politics in particular. But if his system worked, isn't it more likely that people in Congress, for example, will mimic his techniques rather than recognize them for the harm that you correctly show they caused?
So I'm tempted to ask, is that a trick question?
No trick questions here.
The answer is yes, of course, yes. What's new about all this is not these methods. They, as I say, they go back over a century. All of this stuff was known to Vladimir Lenin, and some of it was known to Alexis de Tocqueville. Consensus spoofing, he didn't put it that way. No, what's new is that we now have proof case, starting in 2016, but especially in 2020 and beyond, that these tactics work against an American population, and now they have to a large extent been normalized. Not by both of our parties, but by one of our parties. Yes, there's political lying and deception on both sides, but only one of our parties, unfortunately, I hate saying this because I'm senator rep myself, I used to be here at AEI, only one of our parties has normalized this and made it a part of their standard political vocabulary. And so yes, from that point of view, winning an election after lying, after running the most sophisticated, successful, and audacious campaign of public disinformation in the US ever, it's just a huge setback. This genie is out of the bottle for good, right? It's now been demonstrated that it works. And that means it's going to outlive Trump. It's going to outlive MAGA. It's here to stay.
So that actually raises another question, which is if the genie is out of the bottle in our politics, which I agree, I think you're right about that, what about cultural institutions? And by that I mean, I think there's to do this sort of devil's advocate position here, someone who found themselves enthusiastically supporting or a self-described member of MAGA, a Trump supporter, might argue that, well, maybe we overreacted, maybe we spread lies, maybe all these things are the only way to get elected, but that's a reaction to cultural institutions that lie to us and that claim things that we know not to be true and have sowed suspicion and in many cases a deep condescension towards people who aren't as highly educated or credentialed as they are. And I obviously the populist movement in this country, there's been a lot of examination of those forces, but is there also a way to imagine cultural institutions playing a positive role in getting away from that in our politics? In that sense, I mean, not the elite cultural institutions that many people mistrust, but new cultural institutions, new ways of sort of taking some of that political polarized energy and dissipating it in healthier forms.
Well, I hope so, because there better be. And I'm not sure we know what all of those look like. Mainstream media and journalism is my worst subject because I'm very defensive of it. I believe that at outlets like the Washington Post, they may have some left-wing bias, but they're still going into work every day trying to figure out what's actually true and what's not, and they're still running corrections, not often enough when they're wrong, and so forth. It is unfortunately naive to believe that InfoWars is on the same planet. They have a very different business model, and unfortunately, something we learned about Fox News as part of the defamation lawsuit is that they were broadcasting stuff that they knew full well to be false. That's a firing offense at the Washington Post, right? It's not in conservative media land. So the reason I'm saying that is yes, part of what we're up against is mainstream media needs to do a better job. It certainly needs more political diversity in its newsrooms. It needs to get out more. All of that is true. But more of this is happening because of deliberate campaigns being driven predominantly by the right to assault the reputations of those institutions. Rush Limbaugh famously says, he's a pioneer in this field. He understands right out of the box in his broadcast that what you want to do is delegitimize mainstream media. He says that what he calls the 4 horsemen of deceit, which are academia, science, journalism, and government. He says, don't believe any of those things. Believe me. So yes, let's not kid ourselves. We at Brookings, we at The Atlantic, we need to do better, but I don't think that we're the source code of this problem.
Are there, we sort of touched on here and there questions of education, whether that's digital literacy and does it work, but what role does do educational institutions play in shaping and forming worldviews of the people who then go on to control these institutions and to run for office, with the caveat that my fear is that those on the left who understand the power of some of these platforms, I'm thinking here of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she doesn't even need to do much for her constituents. She has so many followers, and her followers are her genuine audience, and she has built a political movement around followers, not constituents. And that is not what our founders intended.
No, it's not.
So if those techniques work and the left also finds ways to do it, can we rely on things like educational institutions to remind us of the value of truth and knowledge? I mean, this was at the heart of your book.
I should say that the best and most sophisticated thinker about how media is driving a concept of politics completely at odds with what the founders designed is sitting in this room right over there. So I hope we'll direct some of this to him. And I should also mention, at least in passing, that in this talk, I talked about disinformation from MAGA world and the right. In the book, there's 2 chapters about the tactics used by the left. Same goals, demoralization, deception, division, all of that. But they're using what's social manipulation, which is canceling and that sort of thing. So today is one-sided because we had 25 minutes and I wanted to focus on this aspect. But the left is doing something quite different and in its own way, very effective. So education, I'm all for trying media literacy. And I think there's some evidence that if properly done, it can work. Beyond that, now I'm just ranging to my personal opinion, Christine, which carries no special weight at all.
It does here. Please continue.
But the abandonment of civics education has been a catastrophe. I remember when Justice O'Connor retired from the court and said she was going to devote herself to promoting civic education. I thought, well, that's a weird thing for her to do. So many other things seem more important. Boy, was she right. If people don't understand how our system works, and they think that someone comes to Washington, waves a magic wand, and everything's supposed to change. We drain the swamp,
right?
Or we have a messiah-like president who says hope and change. Then of course they're going to be very disappointed and angry.
So that leads me to be a little tough on the right side of the aisle and ask: is there a possibility for alternative, particularly when we're talking about media, which is the conduit, whether it's social media or print media, television, the conduit through which these propaganda campaigns occur? We heard a lot about the more extreme right-wing versions of that. InfoWars has come up, and I would add to that people like Tucker Carlson, who do have a very sophisticated playbook of just asking questions about things that they actually are actively trying to lie about to their viewers. But there are also institutions on the right that are trying to do the job of reporting. They're small, scrappy outlets. Washington Free Beacon is one. There are journals and more scholarly publications that do this. My question is,
the Dispatch,
the
Jonah
Dispatch.
Goldberg,
I mean, yes, lots of moderate, right of center, lots of outlets for that. Is that a possibly optimistic break on what you're seeing on the more extreme fringe of the right?
Well, it's helpful, but you tell me. Those voices are just invaluable because they remind us that conservatism and MAGA are not the same thing. So they play a crucial role in anchoring conservative movement and also in trying to retain a scrap of normalcy around a certain set of principles. That said, so far they're not getting mass traction as far as I can see.
Right, compared to the,
and even Fox News, as big as it is smaller than Joe Rogan. And Rogan's his own thing now. So I'm not quite sure what kind of world we're entering. The reason that in this talk and everywhere I go, I put so much stress to the point of probably beating you guys over the head with it, maybe I'm overdoing, but so much stress on this is a set of techniques that are platform agnostic and driven by politics, is in the hope that once people understand better what's being done to us as a country, that will help create an environment that might be more receptive to alternatives. But it's just a hope at this point.
It's a good hope. I have one last question, because you brought him up, not me, about Joe Rogan, and then I'm going to open it up to the floor, because I know there are people who want to ask you some things. Rogan strikes me as a really fascinating example, particularly given his role in the last election, which we're still coming to terms with, because he isn't of the right. He's now coded right-wing because Trump went on there. Now, he has some right-wing views, but he also has some pretty left-wing views on things, too.
Yeah. He did endorse Trump.
Right, he did endorse Trump, and that was unusual.
Ironically, because he thought that Tim Walz is a liar.
Right. He's a very, I mean, he does encapsulate, I mean, if you were writing a novel about our politics in the 21st century, he would be the main character in what he represents. But his influence is pretty clear. And there isn't a lot of fact-checking that goes on with Rogan. And when it's presented as, well, is that actually true? You had this person on there saying all these crazy things. He sort of has a response that isn't anything like what we're discussing here. It's not solutions-oriented. It is the equivalent of a shrug, like, maybe, just asking a question. He doesn't even say
just saying.
Just saying, I'm just here having a conversation. But because of the scaling effects of the platform he's on, and the audience he now has, and also, I would say the range of his interests. He has people on to talk about UFOs, vaccines, and politics, and then he'll have random people on There's a guy who gave an interview, I forget what he'd written a book about, something fairly obscure. He was an academic. Rogan decides to have him on. Halfway through the interview, this guy says, I don't think he read the book. We're just kind of talking. And 3 hours later, he'd done a Joe Rogan interview. His book became, I don't know if it was a bestseller, but did very well. But his point was that there's something about this new medium. It's very intimate. It's, to a point Alice made earlier this morning, it's driven by emotion. It elicits a lot of emotion. People connect to it. Is there a lesson there, setting aside the sort of political implications of Rogan, is there a lesson there for how we might do this better in terms of our politics? Not to manipulate people, but as a new way of talking about politics. There is something about Rogan in this last election that astonished a lot of people, including me.
This is also new and so fresh that the only honest answer is that I don't know. Things that we thought were true even as recently as 3 years ago, the hegemony on the right of Fox News, right, for example, are very quickly ceasing to be true. Of course, what's happened to formerly Twitter, now X. So the honest answer is that I don't know the answer to that. But one of the reasons, again, that I try to emphasize, possibly overemphasize, that these are techniques, that they are platform agnostic, that anyone can use them, is to try to create an environment which is more resilient to disinformation campaigns, regardless of where they're coming from, right? So if it's coming from Rogan, I don't think he's a disinformation agent, by the way.
I don't think he had an agenda.
That's not his game. I don't think he's agenda driven, but I think he's probably more susceptible to it than the Associated Press, which does have fact checkers and editors and the whole 9 yards. So he's a target for disinformation. He's an influencer. All of them are targets. That the way to come at this is trying to build in more social and epistemic resilience so that wherever it's coming from, we have a better chance of dealing with it.
Okay. I'm going to open up the floor to questions. Eli?
If Yuval doesn't say something, I'll be disappointed.
Okay. Hey, Jonathan, thank you so much for this talk. My criticism of your book and your theory, I guess, could come down to this. Why do you not weight the failures of accepted kind of knowledge experts in our culture as a kind of part of this alchemy that leads people to believe things that are conspiracy theories and wrong? And just to give one example, 51 former intelligence officials signed a letter that said that the Hunter Biden laptop had all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. And it led to not only, a policy where you couldn't share those articles on social media, but most of the media, and I know that when I was at Bloomberg, this was the sort of view that this was considered to be the truth, when at the time the FBI had already validated the laptop and knew that it was authentic. And we know from the events of a few days ago that there was enough serious problems with Hunter Biden and his campaign and things that were originally on that laptop that President Biden went back on his word and pardoned him. So why wouldn't lots of people who followed that story and were told 4 years ago that this was Russian disinformation, only to learn that it was true, not sort of say, well, why should I trust the intelligence community? Why should I trust these people anymore? And isn't it more significant when people who have been invested with knowledge and kind of epistemological authority in our culture get something wrong and don't apologize or don't acknowledge their error, than when people who are on the fringes, cook up a theory and no one sort of took them seriously in the first place?
Well, thanks, Eli. There's a lot to say about that, and I will at least mention that you and I have very different takes on the Hunter Biden laptop story. Those 51 officials were exactly right. If the Russians had staged a disinformation drop, that's exactly what it would look like. A mysterious hard drive shows up out of nowhere, winds up in the shop of a half-blind guy who then releases it to outlets that are specifically favorable to Trump, and when the Washington Post requests a copy of the drive so that they can fact-check it. By the way, this happens, 9 or 10 days before the election, and when the Post asks for a copy, they're denied it. Okay, that's not good faith work. So you and I may just have to disagree about how to treat that, but I think mainstream media was exactly right. They did run it, but they flagged it and they ran it inside. They said this may be disinformation. The only exception was Twitter, which banned it, but for less than 24 hours. So I will defend that reaction as the right thing to do under the circumstance. But let's get away from that. The big question you're asking is, how's it mainstream media, my business, and yeah, your business, don't we deserve some of this? And the answer has got to be, of course, yes, we deserve some of it. But what we've allowed to happen is to conflate two very different business models. The Washington Post, if it's found out to be wrong, will run a correction. And what typically happens in mainstream media, there's studies showing this, the Yochai Benkler's group, which you probably know up at Harvard, if you drop a fake news conspiracy story into mainstream media, it may get circulated for a couple of news cycles, but other mainstream media will debunk it, typically, and it will die. If you drop that same, check it out, Yochai Benkler et al. If you drop the same kind of misinformation, disinformation, whatever you call it, into non-mainstream conservative outlets, the opposite happens. It gets amplified with each cycle, regardless of the truth value. These things are on two very different business models, and it's that I want to call attention to. On the one side, you have mistakes, which are generally, not always, but generally honest mistakes, and which often get corrected, if not within the outlet, then by other outlets. It was others in the mainstream media who resuscitated the story about the Wuhan lab leak, right? It was others in mainstream media who came around and reported. The Washington Post put a whole team on the Hunter Biden laptop, and it took a lot of resources to confirm some of those emails. That's what they do. What I'm suggesting here is that disinformation is a different kind of thing. The motives are different. The business model is different. It's about manipulating the information environment to deceive, divide, disorient, and demoralize. So I'm claiming it's a different kind of thing, and that's what accounts for my difference of emphasis. We should talk more about this offline.
The speed and scale, and this has been alluded to by several of our panelists throughout the day, the speed and scale with which the amplification of something that's incorrect versus when the correction comes, especially if the correction requires some real research or reporting to run down the full story, is also, I think, part of the problem. I would just say, I think there are plenty of people who are in conservative media who don't see what they do as propaganda or disinformation, and who are actually often, though, find themselves in a reactionary position because they are the Davids and there is a Goliath, and often they don't have the same, they might have a different sort of financial incentive in the sense that they are smaller scale places. But
Fox News is not small.
But MSN,
it's a very big deal, and it's got, last time I checked, it had something like 40% of conservatives looking at it. So, and Fox News is, of course, complicated because they have some really good reporters, and they're rated green by NewsGuard.
Right.
So they've got a serious operation right alongside this other different operation. They're running both models at once. But I don't think this is about small versus big or that sort of thing.
Well, I think, and that, fair enough. I would just say that there is a, we might actually, in this sense, want to distinguish the medium, right? Print journalists versus broadcast cable network journalism, just as we do opinion pieces versus news stories. And I do agree that conservatives have a lot of work in kind of policing our own side of the aisle when it comes to disinformation. And so in that sense, it's helpful to be, I do think people like Steve Bannon have been given not enough harsh light from the conservative side of the aisle in terms of what their motivations are, because we did speak earlier about sometimes disinformation is to sow confusion, but sometimes it is a very specific purpose, and Bannon is an example of someone who is a propagandist. That is his profession. So
and not shy about saying.
No, we're quite proud of that. His business card probably has that on it. Yes.
Very good at it. This is John Ward, until recently chief political correspondent for Yahoo News.
Well, I could watch you and Eli go back and forth all day, but I did want to push you.
That's for paid subscribers only.
Yeah, right.
I wanted to push on the censorship versus free speech thing a little bit. I want to better understand, you've hammered it a lot already, your emphasis on the techniques framework, But I also want to push, by way of getting there, on the censorship versus free speech thing, because I think that is a frame in which you can actually confuse people's ideas of the two ideas if you play with going between online and physical world. For example, the Stanford law students who shouted down the conservative professor, that was a heckler's veto in the real world. Online, the heckler's veto is flooding the zone with shit, which they work different ways depending on your partisan point of view. But I also think I'd like to get you to respond to the real source of the censorship complaint, which is from a lot of just regular people. I talk to relatives all the time who that's their concern. They voted for Trump because they feel like these platforms with too much power are censoring their voices. So you want to push to a different frame. What's your response to get there to this person who is concerned about censorship?
So in this room, I'm not addressing that person. I'm addressing scholars and others who are trying to understand how to think about the problem in a constructive way. To that particular person, if they're interested in research and data, something that's now quite well established by lots of research is that if anything, social media leans right, not left. You're probably acquainted with this work. It's simply not true that conservative voices are being silenced on social media. If anything, the opposite is true. So if they're open to that argument, that is something I would tell them. I would also argue to anybody, those people or other people, I don't think there is a way for a business to run a large publishing organization, which is what these platforms are, without some types of community standards and some types of content moderation, because they don't want to become toxic to their users and their advertisers. And that means that they are going to have to set rules. And that is a wicked hard problem. It's just very, very hard to come up with anything that works. This was alluded to all morning. And one of our panelists, the guy with New Atlantis, what was his name?
Ari.
Ari, yeah. I mean, Ari's kind of saying, well, we have to throw up our hands. The supply side constraints will never work. I'm not sure that that's true, but I also don't see an alternative for these businesses as businesses to try to regulate what's acceptable in their product, as any business would. Now that won't be, maybe not satisfying to the person who perceives that content moderation is biased left. Not sure. You tell me.
That's always been the sort of joke about social media platforms, though, right? Like, how do you do product quality, product liability issues when the product is the person consuming information, right? We're the product. So the rules we would generally think of applying, even what we read in print or see on broadcast TV, don't apply in quite the same way.
Yeah, harming your users is a bad business model in the long run.
You would think, yes.
That's actually how we got out of this last time around, which is late 19th century journalism was, as you know, it was a cesspool of fake news and hyperpartisanship. And that was reformed because people in the industry said, we're killing ourselves doing this. And so they set up ethics codes in 1915. The American Association of Newspaper Editors formed, set up ethics guidelines. They set up journalism schools to try to professionalize prizes like the Pulitzer. Ironically, Pulitzer himself was, a fake news baron. And by the 1940s, they had created a very different news environment where Edward R. Murrow is kind of the gold standard. And they do that not by manipulating the news or by censoring, but by creating guidelines, guardrails, institutions that created a safer product, which it turned out people actually wanted.
New incentives.
New incentives. And it turned out a lot of people would value that more than the garbage. And will that happen again? You tell me.
I just want to point out that although this was not my scheme, I'm so happy to notice that all of our panels keep bringing us back to history for our lessons. So that makes me very happy. This gentleman here. I'll wait for the mic, if you will, so that we can all hear you. Thank you.
I mean, you brought up Edward R. Murrow. Once upon a time, we had the United States Information Agency, of which you had Voice of America and to some degree Radio Free Europe. About 2 or 3 years ago, the Department of Homeland Security, remember, wanted to put a committee of disinformation. And it was called, oh my gosh, you know, here we have a Ministry of Truth, it's 1984. Do you think the federal government should be involved, like HHS wanted to do, in kind of tracking disinformation, or is that just too controversial?
In principle, it's fine with me if government wants to study this problem. It certainly shouldn't be telling media organizations what they should and should not run, you know, apart from standard consultations on things like national security and transparent processes. But that's in principle. In practice, it looks like for the government even to study the problem is going to be so controversial that it's not worth the trouble. What I'm more worried about, we talked about censorship and why I think it's the wrong frame. Didn't have time to delve into this in the talk, but put very briefly, a faction, again, predominantly on the right, though not only on the right, has managed to redefine censorship to mean academics studying and identifying false information online. They now claim that this is a form of what they call the censorship industrial complex. And they have succeeded using Jim Jordan's committee in Congress and a bunch of lawsuits by attorneys general and a big public media campaign in intimidating and in fact shutting down a lot of the private research that has gone on to try to identify the networks and the means and modalities of disinformation. And that is a real loss. And they're doing it in the name of anti-censorship. The irony is, of course, they're using state means to shut down private research. And that actually is censorship.
My name is Joe Freeman. This is just a curiosity question. When you talked about foreign trolls, all your examples were Russian. Are there any other foreign countries which are trolling here? And if so,
oh God, yeah.
Iran. Give me some examples or numbers or something. And sort of cognate to that, are we trolling anyplace else?
We don't quite know exactly what we do because it's classified, but we think that we don't do large-scale disinformation in foreign countries, but I don't know. We know that Russia is the biggest player. I think they're the most sophisticated. They've been doing this for 100 years, and Putin is a veteran of this world. He is steeped in these tactics. This is what he knows. We're talking ultra sophistication from the Russians. But we've also got the Chinese have stepped up their game in a big way. They're not as sophisticated or as practiced, but they've devoted a lot, we think, a lot of additional resources. And we know that Iran is playing big time. And finally, North Korea has invested heavily. And they're copying each other. They're learning from each other. So no, it's not just Russia. And there are other smaller players in the game as well. I keep emphasizing, these are modalities, right? Anyone can pick up these tools and use them. And that's the world we now live in.
If I could follow up on that real quick. I was struck by a couple of your examples using, we know the spread of this does happen through social media and very quickly, and it's difficult to correct once it's spread. But,
and politicians using the bully pulpit.
Using the bully pulpit. But what's fascinating to me is that there's a kind of host-parasite relationship here. And if you look at particularly younger Americans, and particularly in this last election when polled about how much they followed political news, where they got that news, you could argue we're in an environment where the source matters less. It's more an ambient sense of what's happening, right? It's a vibe, to use the terribly overused word that we heard too much of this summer. But in what sense does that shift some of the recommendations you would make, if at all? Setting aside, I agree with you on the politicians, but if, Kamala Harris's campaign was expert at using TikTok, like she had all these TikTok videos that were incredibly, got lots of impressions. She had influencers who were very useful to the campaign. And it still didn't help her with the younger voters that they had designed that campaign to target. So how does that ambient news environment, if at all, shift your understanding of how we might fix this problem?
Yeah, see, this is what I try to avoid talking about because I don't think it's particular to any news environment. I think these methods are mostly platform agnostic. I suspect that Vice President Harris's problems and failures had more to do with the message than the modality. Actually, I think the real reason she lost can be attributed to 2 words, and that's Joe and Biden, and didn't really have much to do with media at all. Okay. But so I guess I'm saying I'm the wrong person to ask that question because I want to be talking about something else.
All right. Well, in that sense, I'm getting we have to stop talking about other things now and move on to our next panel very soon. So if you all could, I just want to point out, Jonathan comes into our Lion's Den all the time and challenges us, and I think he gets an extra round of applause for doing so today on this challenging subject, so thank you.
Thank you all.
I hope that we will heed Jonathan's advice on how we frame today's conversation, but I think we are going to get into some of the questions about censorship, the role of social media, and the relationship to legacy media institutions as well. So that should prove interesting, and hopefully we can think back to previous panels as well, and how we address some of those questions. So joining us on stage here, we have Dr. Scott Brennan, who's the director of the Center on Technology Policy at New York University. He previously was the head of online expression policy at UNC's Center on Technology Policy and a senior policy associate at the Center on Science and Technology Policy at Duke. And we have Eli Lake, who is a contributing columnist at the Free Press, a columnist at the Free Press and a contributing editor for Commentary Magazine. Your remark to me before we started threw me off. He's a longtime journalist, probably well known to you all, who has covered foreign affairs and national security for Bloomberg, the Daily Beast, and Newsweek, among others. What I thought we would do is just begin with some brief remarks from our panelists, and then have some moderated discussion, and we're going to wrap up in time to have audience questions. So without my saying anything more, I'll kick it over to Scott.
Great, thank you. I feel like we're in the bad position of being at the end of the day, so
dessert course.
The dessert course, right? Which just means I'm going to regurgitate a lot of what the other panelists have said. It's been I've been sitting here all day, and it's been just a series of really great talks. So I'm a social scientist by training, and I wanted to start with a contradiction, or at least what seems to be a contradiction. On one hand, there's this growing consensus in empirical research, at least in a certain type of empirical research, that online misinformation has relatively limited impact on what people believe, on what they do. It seems that most misinformation is spread by a small minority, seen by a small minority. On the other hand, we look around and we see examples of what seem to be incredibly impactful misinformation or disinformation, right? Everything from centuries of anti-Semitism to what we would call the anti-tobacco or tobacco denialism, to anti-vax, to stop the steal, to the great replacement theory. How do we reconcile, right, this large body of empirical, rigorous, good empirical research that says the misinformation doesn't really do much with the world that we're living in, which it seems to be all around us? And, well, I guess to say I don't know. Yeah, but I think that in trying to resolve that tension, there's actually a lot we can sort of learn about the problem that we're facing. And so I have like 4 points, 3 of which are all about basically how we're not doing a very good job of defining our terms and figuring out what we're talking about. And I'll just say I think every one of these is something that I've already heard today. So, but first, and this is like the obvious place to start, definitions matter. And I think the danger of these terms, misinformation or disinformation, is that what we're actually doing is lumping together a bunch of different problems that are admittedly very interrelated, right? Propaganda, conspiracy theories, influence operations, medical quackery. I led a program on misinformation about science, technology, and health, right? That is different than political bullshit. And what we do is we don't really distinguish between them and understand that there's different stuff happening, and we look at some of the prominent examples and we try to apply one to the other. 2, we talk about the public, the impact that misinformation has on the public, right? This is probably pointless, right? What we have instead of a public is a bunch of different communities, a bunch of different publics. And I think as someone already said, right, it's more of a demand side rather than a supply side problem. I think that's what we're realizing, that what really matters is how particular communities internalize, think about pieces of disinformation or misinformation. 3, I think we tend to lump all effects together, right? And we really index over direct effects, right? So we think about the capacity of disinformation to influence what people think or what they do. We don't give enough attention always to the more indirect second-order effects, and this is a lot what Jonathan was talking about. Things like demoralization, cynicism, impacts on trust, I think are actually, right, the things that we probably need to be spending more time on. And then finally, I think that the key thing here is that misinformation, to have real impact, it seems that it takes a lot of work. And what I mean by this is, I think this is the lesson that we gain from studying social movements more broadly, from the whole field of science and technology studies, which is that things are hard, right? In order for misinformation or disinformation to be impactful, it's not just a piece of misinformation circulating online. Instead, it takes a lot of effort, cross-platform, cross-media, lots of boots on the ground in these most sort of impactful examples. And again, to sort of pair what Jonathan said, I think that this leads us to focus not only on social media, but on other major sort of media platforms or other sort of venues where this sort of content circulates. Similarly, and I think I'll end here. The lesson really is that it matters less what it is, and then as much as like what we do with it. And maybe I'm just sort of exhausted by 10 years of like squabbling over definitions of what disinformation is or misinformation is. And what we miss kind of the point, right? We're missing the forest for the trees, right? It's a tool, right? It's a tool for power, social power, political power, economic power. There's a lot of hucksters out there that spread falsehoods online. And misinformation is a tool for power. Claims of misinformation, as we're going to talk about, are a tool for power. Claims about misinformation are a tool of power. And I guess I'll just end by saying maybe it's all deeply alarming, or maybe it's not at all. Maybe we shouldn't be alarmed at all. But who knows? So I'll end there.
Yeah, Eli.
Well, I am, I guess you could say, a kind of skeptic of a lot of the concerns about disinformation, although I acknowledge that it's certainly true that Russia has devoted a lot of time for more than 100 years. The Romanovs also engaged in all kinds of disinformation. And it's true that they certainly intend to confuse and demoralize us. And we've got a lot of information and journalism that has kind of gotten them dead to rights about the Internet Research Agency. But just because this is what they intend to do, James Jesus Angleton in another era, warned about this when he left government, the CIA in the early 1970s. This was his obsession until he died. Doesn't mean that they have been effective, and I think that I'm skeptical because of a few reasons of the emphasis on disinformation. The first, and I gave a little preview in my question to Jonathan Rauch, is I do think that it is a way of letting some of the institutions which are supposed to explain reality off the hook. In my view, the most consequential lie of the last few years was the lie that President Biden was compos mentis, that he was capable of being the president. And when you have a moment like the debate at the end of June, where the President of the United States showed the entire world that he really wasn't mentally fit enough to continue to be president, let alone to run for president, and it caused the kind of crisis of July for the Democratic Party, that has a huge effect on everyone else. And it's one of the reasons why people look to other sources of information that maybe are not as well vetted and maybe do not go through the same checks as the mainstream media. And I just think that sometimes the research, which I think is fine, I think it's important for the research, and I just want to also say I share the concern that using political power to shut down research is never good. But there has been a kind of emphasis because it's a great little way to not ask the harder kind of questions and looking inward for institutions, whether it's the media, whether it's the Democratic Party, whether it's the Center for Disease Control, whether it's the FBI. These are institutions that have been caught in recent years peddling falsehoods. And I just would say that I don't think they have been corrected. Take one of my hobby horses, which is the theory that there was evidence that Donald Trump and his campaign colluded with Russia in the 2016 election. That is something that was the hottest and most important story in Washington for 2.5 years of Trump's presidency. And it amounted to almost nothing when we finally kind of ended that chapter. And there hasn't been a real reckoning. There have been a few pieces, and there have been other people like myself, but I'm thinking of Jeff Girth, who wrote the Columbia Journalism Review, but you haven't seen the kind of mea culpa re-examination that you saw after the US couldn't find weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, that the New York Times did. The New York Times, as far as I know, hasn't done anything like that. So when you have these kinds of failures of institutions, whether it's the media or whether it's Wuhan, the origin of COVID, and I take your point, Jonathan, that it was mainstream journalists who got to the bottom of it, but it was after a period of time when, for like a year, you couldn't even post on social media that you thought that the coronavirus maybe started in a lab in Wuhan, because that was considered to be medical disinformation. So when you have that, I do think it does erode the credibility of those institutions, and it leads people to look elsewhere. I don't think it's an either or. I think it's also true that there are people who are willing to take advantage of it and flood the zone with falsehood. But it's not just that. And there is a reason, I think, why Trump was able to win, because on a number of these kinds of things, his opposition has, I think, shown. I think the pardon of Hunter Biden is like the sort of final proof of this argument, which is that, we learned, we were told Donald Trump is a threat to the rule of law. Donald Trump is a criminal, everything else like that. And then to get that kind of pardon, the way that Joe Biden delivered it, and then to blame his own Justice Department, that's the kind of thing that people notice. They remember it, and they say, wait a second, why should I believe anything these people are telling me? Why should I believe any of the institutions that were telling me that it was such an obvious choice, that Joe Biden was, and all of these other things? So I don't need to go into it. But that's where I come down on disinformation. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not saying that there aren't states that are trying to foment it. I just think it's only a part of the explanation, and we have to look at this other rot that has affected a lot of our elite institutions, and that, I think, is really why we have that populist moment that we're in right now.
So there's a lot there, and I want to come back to a number of the themes that both of you raised. But maybe coming back to the beginning, Scott, thinking about the empirical research. So you started with this paradox about the empirical evidence of the effectiveness of disinformation, and there's also a lot of empirical research on the effectiveness of combating disinformation. We've talked a lot about that today as well. I'm curious to hear your take on that. Is there evidence of effective ways of dealing with these kinds of problems, with the caveat that we're talking about a number of different problems? And if not, why not?
Yeah, so, I mean, again, I guess it depends, right? So if you're asking about the effectiveness of fact-checking on social media, I guess we could start with that. My understanding of the literature is that it works more times than it doesn't. And by that is that, on the whole, fact-checking reduces circulation views of falsehoods. It's much harder to sort of understand or study, assess, the sort of second-order effects of fact-checking. Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that on the whole, it is effective to some degree. Now, that doesn't mean that it does away with the problem or it is the only solution that we need, but yeah, it reduces visibility of content. Not all the, yeah.
So this raises the specter of Jonathan's warning not to focus too much on social media. And actually, I want to ask a question, Eli, to you about this, because in a certain sense, your opening remarks, there was a lot of agreement with Jonathan on this point, that most of the institutions, at least that you identified as being corrosive of trust or that need to look inward, they weren't internet platforms or social media companies. They were legacy institutions or politicians So thinking about Jonathan's point about it's the politicians stupid, I'm curious on that point. We might maybe identify different politicians or different institutions that have more culpability for engaging in deception or manipulation. But it just struck me that, through the course of identifying those key public figures or institutions that require, should be held accountable, that require self-scrutiny, they tended to be legacy institutions.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we're in a moment of upheaval right now because legacy institutions have largely kind of failed in their mission. We have Yuval Levin here, who has written brilliantly on sort of how these institutions have evolved over time, and they no longer are shaping and molding the character of the people who go through them. People instead are using them as the kind of platform. So I think there are really deep currents, but my point is only just that if you would have asked me 10 years ago, if the FBI says something or the Justice Department says something about an investigation or whatever they say, I would sort of say, well, that's significant because I know that they have these sorts of filters and fact checks. And I have spent far too much time reading Inspector General reports about the FBI's process and FISA and any number of things that now I am of the view, not that I believe that in a deep state conspiracy or something like that, that if the FBI says something, I need to get another source. And that is not, in my view, because I have become susceptible to disinformation. It's because I have eyes to see and ears to listen. And they have frittered away my trust. And I'm sure I'm speaking for millions of other Americans. And that is a tragedy because the FBI cannot function if it does not have the trust of the American people. And they have frittered that away. Now, it's maybe an interesting conversation as to why they frittered it away, which is to say, sometimes people make decisions because they are, believe they're facing an existential crisis and it allows them to disobey rules they would normally obey in normal times. I understand that. But once you start that cycle of norm violations, it's very hard to get out of it. And to me, that's a deeper problem than the efforts. I mean, the other thing I just to say is like this country has always been a haven of cranks. We know this. We have all, people believe all kinds of crazy things. We all know them in our lives. And in some ways, you could say the internet makes it easier for cranks to find new cranky theories in which to, blather on about. But, we sort of dealt with it. And the last time I think, we've kind of had this kind of trust crisis was probably 50 or so years ago in the heels of Watergate. But back then, it wasn't, like the argument wasn't like, oh my God, there was so much disinformation against the intelligence community in the Nixon administration. No, I mean, the difference at the time is that the leading mainstream elite legacy press was leading the charge to kind of go after these institutions. And I haven't seen that as much in our current era. So I would, that's a specific thing about journalism, but I guess that's where I'm coming down. I just think that's where the problem is.
I guess, forgive me, but I'm having some trouble sort of detangling what we're talking about exactly. Like, what is the problem? So if I'm understanding you, you're saying that rather than focusing on these problems of disinformation, what we need to be focusing on is how mainstream institutions, the government, media organizations, basically by buying into disinformation narratives, have used that in a way that has undermined...
Independent of disinformation.
Oh, independent, so it has nothing to do with
I'm saying if you want to understand why there is less trust in institutions that employ the experts, the people who know what they're talking about, who go through the process, the constitution of knowledge today, I would say it is not because there has been a campaign to discredit those institutions in this sort of malicious attempt to use all the techniques of propaganda. It's because, at least is a big part of that, not the only part, but a big part of that, is because the institutions themselves have failed and they have been exposed it's a self-discrediting process. Now, is it completely discredited? No, it's not completely discredited. Really interesting figures like from Pew Research shows that actually the FBI has more buy-in than I would have suspected. But half the country doesn't trust what the FBI says, and that wasn't true 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly...
And that's not because there was a disinformation campaign against the FBI.
Yeah,
and the fact that Kash Patel might be the next FBI director that happened not because of the success of disinformation. That's happening because of a lot of things, and some of that is on the FBI itself. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly buy that. We're in a crisis of trust in all institutions. Right. I mean, we have research going back decades and decades showing declines in trust in all major institutions for quite a long time. That is well beyond, well before these sort of conversations about disinformation. But in a sense, and I, as a media scholar, I have to point out, I completely agree with you, right? That mainstream news is suffering a really serious existential crisis in funding models, right? There isn't a sustainable model out there other than for a couple of the largest media organizations. And absolutely, in some cases, that undermines the ability of news organizations to do good work. I mean, or even just exist. I mean, we're seeing the closure of hundreds of local news organizations across this country. But I guess sure, I can buy that in these examples that you've offered, that like some of these institutions haven't been done everything that we wish that they had. But as far as talking, like connecting that to a deeper crisis in the health of our American institutions, I guess I don't quite see the connection there.
Well, it's more than they could have done a better job. It's specifically that they told us things that weren't true. Mm-hmm. The fact that the FBI sent people to brief social media companies to say that the Hunter Biden laptop might be disinformation when they had already verified that it was legit and were using it in their own investigation of Hunter Biden is a scandal. And that is not the fault of everybody in the elites. That's the fault of the FBI. It's the fault of that institution. How is that possible? If they knew that this thing was true, and I agree, by the way, Jonathan, that I thought it was not on the level when I first saw the story. It was so weird, left in a Delaware computer shop with a blind, cashier. All of it was weird. Okay, fine. But that's the thing, is we trust the FBI to do that, and they kind of got involved in our election, and that was the problem. And that I would say the marching orders sort of starts them. People trust the institutions, like, well, they looked into it. That's the way, I can't know. There's very little I can do as a journalist, by the way, to really find out who's behind certain things. That's why I'm not one of these people who would tell you there shouldn't be any content moderation. There has to be some content moderation. And I think some of the things that were done in the early part of this kind of journey we've been on about trying to fight disinformation were pretty good. I like the idea of labeling accounts if they are foreign propaganda. That's fine, label it. That's great. The problem is you kind of snowball. But that's right. But that's not the point. That's just right. Looking at another thing, okay, which is there was all kinds of information that was available, 9 months, a year after the world was in the COVID pandemic, that suggested that younger people and children were not as susceptible to this disease. But we still had these guidances that were affecting our lives from the CDC. And this was a disconnect, and eventually they kind of acknowledged, okay, maybe that was right. And why did that happen? I don't want to get into a whole, I think a lot of it had to do with teachers' unions, but the point is that when you're getting that information from the people who we entrust to know, the expert class, these people, to tell us what's going on, and then they say something and it's wrong, and you don't see any kind of accountability for it, that's so corrosive. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the Russians are trying to spread disinformation. They're trying to demoralize us. They're dirtbags. You don't get a disagreement from me. But I think that is far less consequential to the moment we're in than this sort of, this process of self-discrediting.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go on. I guess I really don't want to get into the partisan squabbles here, and I want us to stay focused on the questions about I think the question that we're arguing about is, what is the most serious problem that we face?
Yes.
Okay, as it relates to disinformation.
Yes.
Okay.
I acknowledge I concede, or I agree. Disinformation exists. There are bad actors out there who traffic in disinformation, but that's only part of the story. The other part of the story is that there are institutions that have failed to level with us.
Can I put the question maybe slightly differently, but maybe it's getting at something similar, which is, there's no controversy that we're in a crisis of trust. The question is, what is the source of that, or what are the sources of that? And one thing that's notable is that we do have these secular declines in trust institutions. If you look at trust in scientific and medical institutions, it actually doesn't fit that pattern. It's only relatively recently that you've seen a lot of polarization around, just looking at the survey data, trust in those institutions, and an overall decline, although it depends on kind of what you take to be your normative, high point or whatever. But post-COVID, there was a very marked decline on both sides of the aisle, more acute among Republicans. Trust in media has been terrible for a long time. So one way to ask the question is, what is the source of distrust? And the COVID example, which Eli, you mentioned, is sort of like chumming the waters with me, because I'm always happy to talk about COVID issues. But I do think it's a really interesting case study, because there you did have a lot of the framing around information and misinformation or disinformation. We're talking about institutions that went into the pandemic, yes, with polarization, to some degree in the public attitudes toward them, but with a high degree of confidence, actually, and we left in a very different situation. And what was the source of that? The question I want to put on the table, which gets back to your earlier remarks, Scott, about definitions, is information even the right category to think about problems like this? So just to take some COVID examples, a lot of things that were described as information or disinformation were actually really complex. They weren't photographs of the inauguration. They were complex scientific judgments that mixed normative and empirical and pragmatic judgments about which there was sometimes very little disagreement among experts. Other times there was actually deep disagreement among experts. And that was all bundled together and treated as information by intermediating institutions. And then people that disagreed with those were categorized as peddling misinformation or disinformation. And so I wonder how helpful that framework really is for dealing with those kinds of problems, and then zooming out for understanding what went wrong there, and whether we think of that as an anomalous episode, or is it, in fact, does it tell us something about these broader patterns?
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay. You're right. It was an emergency. There were disagreements. Sometimes it was ambiguous. We didn't know. I think that we have to have a lot of grace for the first part of the pandemic with institutions that were overwhelmed and didn't necessarily, we didn't know we never dealt with something like this before. Fair. But there was a moment after the killing of George Floyd where you saw public health officials, not the people who were making those decisions, saying that on the one hand, anti-lockdown demonstrations were wrong. We're trying to stop the spread. But when it came to anti-racism demonstrations, that was okay, because racism was also a pandemic that we had to deal with, a public health crisis or something like that, which is nonsense. And people know that that's nonsense. And that was being said not by your cranky uncle at the Thanksgiving, not by a talk radio host. It was said by the people who were supposed to be the guardians of public health knowledge and to distinguish between information and misinformation, and they were the ones who were saying it. So when something like that happens, I do think it causes a legitimation crisis for those institutions, and it exacerbates a legitimation crisis. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm in this position where I need to defend, right, like the reaction to the to the murder of George Floyd, but I feel like that's like completely beside the point of what we're talking about. I mean, I see this connection that like you want to have this conversation about like why you don't trust in institutions, and I think that's totally fair, right? But if we're talking about like what is the definition of misinformation and like how is that an adequate definition to handle like the multiple problems that we face, I think we need to like stay in a slightly different, maybe even broader sort of
You don't
place.
see the people who are trying to tell us the real information in a public health crisis, make an exception for something that affects everybody's lives, gathering outside, and then come up with an explanation that is like a postmodern, philosophy thesis, that racism is the same thing as an actual coronavirus. And I'm not saying that racism isn't a problem, of course it is. But it's not the same kind of public health crisis, and anybody with a brain can figure that out instantly. You don't see that that has an effect in terms of diminishing trust and getting people to say, wait a second, like, what is real? So we're talking about the effects of disinformation. One of them is feeling kind of like an epistemological helplessness, like you can't tell what's true or not. Well, I'm making a modest claim. Episodes like that contribute to that sense of epistemological helplessness, that you don't know what's true when experts say something like that.
I mean, I'm a social scientist, as I've said, so like when you make a claim like that, I want to know, like, okay, how do you know that? I mean, like, I get it that like you feel this way, but like, I don't know, how do we?
I've heard it from a lot of people, but you're right. I haven't done a study. I'm not a social scientist, but I just would tell you, I think that goes into my thinking about it. So you're right. I don't have data about that, but I'm sure someone studied it, must have studied it at this point.
I don't know. I mean, I mean, that's a whole nother conversation about like how difficult it is to get at the real things that we're interested in studying. But I mean, to go back to your point about the limitations of the concept of information, I do think there's something really interesting there about, and maybe this goes back to your question about fact checking, but the sort of way that fact checking and sort of online communication tends to think in discrete units of facts rather than thinking as more sort of holistic wholes, and becomes much harder to sort of think about fact-checking or engaging in like the full context of a claim. You look very skeptical. So you want to stay on the institutions and
no, you're just catching me wondering about whether I want to follow up on this or if we should switch gears or if there's more to be said about trust. So maybe I do want to come back to fact-checking, but maybe to press you a bit, Scott. Maybe one way to put the question is, something that frustrates me about the discourse about information disinformation is that, to your point about discrete bits of information, right? Sometimes we talk about this like people are or should be at least just passive receivers of objective bits of information. And when they're not, there's an epistemic error that they're making. They're engaging in motivational reasoning, et cetera, et cetera. But of course, we receive information, if we want to call it that, through social relationships. Right? So relationships to institutions that we trust or don't trust. And so if you're if you're distrustful of the source of information, it's not unreasonable to be reticent about assimilating that, right? The question then becomes, why are you distrustful of the source of information? What is the source of that distrust? And is that unreasonable? And I think one way to interpret Eli's point is that in many instances, generic members of the public are not wrong to be distrustful of institutions that are traditional sources of information because those institutions have proved to be incompetent in certain cases or to engage in deception or whatever. I guess the question I would ask you is, I do think that is pertinent to what we're trying to get at here, that question. What do you take to be the sources of that distrust, whether it's distrust in scientific and medical institutions or other major societal institutions? Because it seems like we can't really answer or ask questions about information and disinformation and how to deal with it and what the nature of the problem is without engaging with that question of trust.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think that's absolutely right. Like, I think we cannot talk about whatever these problems are without really digging into like what is the like cause of this like generational decline in trust in institutions. And I don't have a simple answer. I don't know. I mean, we could poll the audience and see like what they think.
But do you think it's related to the whole question?
No, I mean, I think it's something. I think it is something that has gone on for a really long time. And I mean, yes, sure. Like, have institutions told us things that like they shouldn't have like told us things that they shouldn't have? Like, absolutely. I mean, look at the weapons of mass destruction. I mean, like I think as a precursor to the to the Iraq War.
Yeah, but the difference is that after that happened, the journalists who were pushing that story, They were drummed out
No, no,
of
no,
their
I'm not.
job at the time. Huge. I mean, there's like there was a reckoning.
No. What I mean to say is, I'm not saying that like it's both a left and a right problem.
Yeah.
I'm saying I completely agree with you that like sure, like if we're talking about this huge problem of the decline in trust in institutions, yeah, that's part of it. But do I think that is the only answer? No, right? I think there's there's a lot about sort of like deeper cultural reasons that like explain why people are starting to question the institutions that they live our life. I mean, there are probably historians out here who can like do a much better job than I can at talking about 20th century American history and contextualizing that. But I don't buy that like the crisis of trust in institutions is a result of what happened in the COVID and in the last 10 years. No, I don't.
Okay, so let me refine my point. We cannot expect human institutions, whether they're newspapers or the CDC, to get everything right. They will inevitably make mistakes because to err is to be human. Okay, fine. The difference is that you regain the trust after you make the mistake when you cop to it and you investigate, why did we get this wrong? And for whatever reason, in the last 10 years, we have not really had a lot of that. And I compare that to the crisis of trust that from 50 years ago. Well, eventually there was a church committee. It got a lot of things out. And that act of painful reckoning is probably why the FBI and the CIA were able to survive to this day. Well, we haven't had something similar when it comes to a lot of these big things in these institutions, which is why I focus on the institutions as opposed to the disinformation. So that's where I'm coming.
So this is actually a nice segue to the next question I wanted to get into, which is just kind of thinking about journalism in particular. You've mentioned the Watergate era a few times. I think sometimes, I'm not accusing you of this, I think sometimes when we talk about journalism, there's a tendency to think, journalists should, one solution to this problem, whatever we think the problem is for journalism to kind of get back to doing journalism. But of course, journalism isn't a platonic form. It's a human practice. It's changed over time. The Watergate era was a very important and formative moment in professional journalism. Jonathan mentioned the late 19th and early 20th century when a lot of the things that we take now as part of the platonic form of journalism were really first institutionalized, like fact-checking departments and a lot of the norms of objectivity and balance and so forth. And so we've seen these different ways in which journalism has responded to these moments of delegitimation or crisis of trust and so forth. And the question I want to ask each of you is, we are now living in a very different moment from the 1970s. Journalism operates in a very different information ecosystem, political environment today than it did even in the 2010s. What are the norms that ought to be guiding these institutions? One thing I just want to flag is that I do think there's been a lot of talk about fact-checking. I wrote a piece about this recently, but fact-checking itself has changed a lot as a practice. It used to be an internal practice of essentially quality control and self-policing. Now it's become a way for institutions, journalistic or other institutions, to sort of police the broader discourse online or elsewhere. That's a very different kind of thing to try to do. It's not really obvious that the norms of the 1920s era, Walter Lippmann era journalism are really well suited to grappling with a vast global information ecosystem like the one we have now. So what is the right response to try to restore the legitimacy if you're a journalistic institution today?
Yeah, John, start or okay.
Yeah, just more I got it wrong. More of that, and here's why. And I'll endeavor to do better next time. That would be nice. I do have a problem with some of the fact-checking sites that have, in my view, become pretty partisan at times and have gotten into trouble. Although, I mean, I kind of feel like fact-checking that's what journalism is. Like, it's the first draft, and it's okay if you get something wrong, you got it wrong. It's okay, like acknowledging it. And I just haven't seen that as much in my profession. I mean, it's like, I understand, and I was among them. I wrote a big piece called Framed and Guilty for commentary after the 2020 election. And I started off talking about the Hunter laptop as an example of something that was directionally true, that Hunter Biden had done buck-breaking, but it seemed like that story didn't add up. I got it wrong. I have since said, hey, I got it wrong. But I haven't seen that like from other people who insisted, like, in the heat of that election, we went back. I mean, I guess you could say the Washington Post went back, but there was never like a moment where they're like, this is why we said this, or the 51 former intelligence officials who signed the letter saying that they thought it had the earmarks of Russian disinformation, et cetera. But that's what I'm talking about. I think that just has to be like an understanding that we're all cracked vessels and that we make mistakes, but when we do, we own them and we explain why. And there's just been there hasn't been enough of that in my view. And that hasn't been built into the system.
Yeah, love that. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I mean, that's the public editor, the ombudsman. Someone was talking about that earlier, right? It's been an off and on sort of component of major institutions, newspapers.
So you need like an ombudsman. You just have to have journalists who kind of say, that, and they're just. I haven't seen that as much.
Yeah. But I think that is part of the problem, right? Like. I mean, I should say, like, again, echoing what Jonathan said, I feel like that's a common theme, but I tend to think that, like, most journalists who I know, who I've talked to, whose work I read, wake up every day and do a pretty good job and, like, really are trying their best. Yeah. I do think that, if we're going to talk about the failings of journalism, we have to talk about the structural constraints that most journalists are in now. Newspapers are in dire straits. News organizations are in dire straits. There's a real sort of undermining of the financial models that make them work. So if we want to have healthier journalism, we need to figure that out. I don't have an answer to that, and the answer is really, really hard. And folks in my field have been really trying to figure that one out for a long time. But yeah, so I'm less. I don't disagree with you at all. Like, I think that's exactly what good journalism requires.
The other thing is that, like, the partisan divide should interact more with each other. There have been great stories that the Washington Free Beacon and the Daily Caller and others have gotten that should influence some of the mainstream coverage instead of it just sort of existing another thing. There should be both sides, should sort of look at it and say, well, we looked into this and this is what we found, and that's all for the better. I think that you get to the truth by a kind of vigorous debate in some ways.
Yeah, it is notable, the sort of moderator's privilege to make this observation that I often hear, you and Jonathan both made this point, which I agree with. I often make this point about scientists. There's this idea that, like, Tony Fauci is the satanic figure and all scientists are engaged in an effort to whatever terrible thing. Most scientists, most journalists, most participants in these institutions are just doing hard work. They're often, like, budget constrained and operating under not ideal conditions. But at the same time, you hear from the left frequently a critique, this sort of woke left, that bias isn't simply, it's subtler than that, right? That people might think that they're engaging in objectivity, but in fact, they're shaped by these other kinds of factors. That critique is never directed back at the institutions, right? So one of the problems with the viewpoint issue that Eli's raising about how a lot of partisanship has shaped these institutions, you find increasingly people on the political left populating and leading a lot of these institutions. They may not be engaging in explicit bias, but they're not even aware of what they're not aware of. They're not seeing the kinds of problems that people who may be from a different sociological or political background are seeing as the primary problem. And so sometimes I think we're a little bit flat-footed in how we evaluate whether institutions are skewed. It's not typically, overt corruption or efforts to control people. It's a failure in the way these institutions are populated, in the way that they self-understand, the worldviews that they inhabit, and the way they limit their imaginative capabilities.
Yeah, no, I absolutely buy that. And I think that's why it's such a problem that we're in this situation now where we have 1, 2 major newspapers in this country. Yeah. That is not great, right? Like, no matter how good a single news organization is, it's going to be limited. It's going to be limited by, the implicit bias or the explicit bias. We need, we really need to have a bunch more really good, high quality, well-funded news outlets doing that sort of work. I mean, I believe in the market here. I believe that more news outlets would be really beneficial. And I mean, I think like we forget sometimes that like, yeah, you know, democracy is really messy, and it's okay if there are different perspectives. We need to ensure that we have the strong multiple institutions to sort of work that out. So no, I mean, I completely
Can I add a problem here? And I'm at the risk of sounding partisan. I do think that in a place like the New York Times, there are a number of people who were hired in the last 10 or so years that shouldn't be in journalism because they are kind of like progressive activists. We saw this extraordinary thing, and just to give an example, but I think this is a problem. There was the Times Union tried to stop the coverage of people who regretted gender transitions. And they tried to get other journalists at the paper, basically, to stop a few, Pamela Paul, from writing about this issue. That is an anti-journalism instinct. The journalistic instinct is pursue what you think the story is, and somebody else will maybe pursue a story and will work it out that way. But if you come at it from, there's certain issues which we absolutely cannot platform certain views because they cause harm in the real world and all of this argle-bargle, that right there is a threat as well. And I'd see that one, and I think Jonathan Rauch left, but I think he would agree with me, that's largely coming from the left. So a lot of these institutions need to fire people, in my view, who don't basically understand that journalism is born out of a kind of deep understanding that you don't know everything, that you need to find it out, and an uncertainty. And there's way too much certainty, I think, on certain issues for the left right now in newsrooms, and it's been a problem because the New York Times has been flat-footed on a story that everybody should be covering right now, which is this new technology of gender, transgender issues. And there are people who regret it and thought that they were pressured into it, and those stories are really important. But there were a bunch of people who didn't want their own newspaper to cover it, which to me is, horrendous.
So I want to make sure we have time for audience questions. I just want to ask you both one more. Switching gears, I was worried we would violate Jonathan's commandment and talk about social media the whole time, and we haven't really talked about it at all. And sort of widening it to internet platforms generally, the question I want to ask is, this is sort of the elephant in the room insofar as these institutions are part of why the information ecosystem has changed quite a bit. And it's partly what's changed about legacy media institutions as well. Are we in a moment now with respect to these sort of new entrants into the media information environment, analogous to the 1920s, where what we need to do is institutionalize norms for how to do content, content moderation, which is essentially a journalistic kind. I mean, any institution has to engage in some version of that practice, right? And what should that look like? What are the kinds of sort of normatively or in terms of policy interventions, what are the sorts of things that we should be thinking about for how, not legacy media institutions, but these other institutions, how they should be operating? What is the appropriate role of, X or whatever in engaging in information?
Yeah. So you mean so you're asking like what should content moderation look like, right?
Yeah, small question.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we got like a couple minutes to answer that one. No, I mean, content moderation isn't going anywhere. No, very few people want to be on a platform full of garbage. There's illegal content that platforms have a legal requirement to remove. But there's also, it's a business, right? They're selling ads. So there's always going to be content moderation required. Now, there are platforms out there that don't have any content moderation, and people can go use them, and that's a good thing. I think that's like a totally fine thing. But no, it's a really hard question. And I think though what you're missing is that like we have seen that development of norms around what constitutes good content moderation over the past, 10, 15 years. There's a whole industry of people in the trust and safety space who work at platforms who are really working very hard and trying their best to figure out how to make platforms both safe and interesting, complex places. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to offer like a list of like what should the do's and don'ts be, but other than like, I honestly think that we're seeing slowly and with a lot of wrong turns, but the working out of like what that might look like. I mean, honestly, I think like the development of a platform like Blue Sky is great in that they're really transparent about how they do content moderation, and they let users choose different sort of regimes of content moderation. To me, that seems like a really, really sort of exciting direction, right? More transparency to understand what the rules are that you're agreeing to as a user on a platform, I think that's great. Giving users the choice to say, no, I want to not see content of this sort. I want to live by these rules. I think that's a really promising direction.
Yeah. I would have one rule of thumb, and that is that the social media platforms should be on guard from pressure groups and people inside their organizations that seek to use content moderation rules for trust and safety to close off and settle unsettled debates in our society. And for me, the classic example is that the Babylon Bees account was suspended for a year on Twitter because they gave their Man of the Year award to Rachel Levine of the HHS. Whether or not you think that joke is funny, I don't think that that is the reason to nuke an account or to ban an account and force a kind of apology. That is using the content moderation rules to try to put your thumb on the scale to win a live political debate right now that our culture is and our country is having. So I'm all for. I think you're right. We need content moderation rules. I think doxing is a good thing probably to ban because of the harm that it does to people who are doxed. There's all kinds of things that I would agree with, and I think that anybody who says that there should be no content moderation rules hasn't really thought it through. Yeah. But we have to be aware that there are pressure groups, largely on the left, but not exclusively, that try to use the content moderation regimes in these social media to basically win or close off debates that we are still having when it comes to policy and politics.
To me, the bigger question, though, is these are private actors, some of them are public corporations, but right, they're companies that have First Amendment rights to decide how they want to moderate content. True. So, what should we do in that? I mean, I take your point that like you don't want to be on a platform that bans the Babylon Bee for that sort of joke.
Well, I mean, you're right. It's not. We can't pass a law. I agree with you, but there are I mean, maybe it will take free speech pressure groups, if they exist. Maybe we need to invent one that would make the argument against the NGOs that exist at this point. A big part of what they do is basically try to win debates by closing off the debate through these kind of content moderation rules. We see it with the proliferation of things that are added into like the definition of hate speech. Like, yeah, everyone's against hate speech until you find out that hate speech includes a whole bunch of things that you don't consider to be hate speech. So that's just, we have to be aware of it. And I'm a small C conservative in a lot of ways. So if there's a way to do it without a law, to do it socially through conversations and sort of saying this is a bad practice, you shouldn't allow it. It's a way of short-circuiting what should be an open debate, especially since Twitter has become like this political town square where all the journalists are. And if there's a way to kind of convince Elon that that's a good thing and that he should like ban the neo-Nazis or something. I mean, I don't know, I'm thinking out loud. That's the way to do it. But I agree with you. Yes, they have the right to have any content moderation rules they want. So we're not going to make a law, but it's important to sort of get that out there and call out some of the pressure groups for what they're trying to do.
All right, with that, I want to open it up to the audience for questions. Yuval.
Thank you both very much. I think the conversation has clarified for me a little bit of my perplexity at this broader conversation we've been having today by showing the way in which the left and right talk past each other about this question, and the misinformation debate is sort of just the left side of this larger dynamic, where the way we think about the situation of our public debate now is that the right says that the leaders of mainstream institutions, who mostly lean left, aren't doing what's required to be worthy of trust and are undermining the capacity of their institutions to be worthy of trust. This is very much my own view, too. And the left then says that various kinds of bad actors, including some right-wing politicians, are willfully playing on public mistrust to manipulate public attitudes for their own advantage. These things are both true, and they don't actually speak to each other directly. Each side kind of takes for granted its own role in this dynamic and focuses on the role that the other side plays. And so the right talks about a crisis of trust. God knows that's been what I've been talking about for the last 10 years. And the left talks about misinformation. And they each think the other is kind of downplaying the real problem. And there is really a way that the only thing we can do anything about is our own side's part in all this, so that the right should be talking more about misinformation in John's terms. The left should be talking more about the tremendous elite failure that has beset American public life over the last 30 years. And I guess I'm not sure if arguing about whether misinformation is a thing is going to get us out of that dynamic, because misinformation is one side of this larger picture we're painting of the condition of American life in the 21st century. The total picture includes a role for willful misinformation, but also one for elite failure that builds mistrust. And I guess if I have a question at the end of this description of my own perplexity, it is really whether you think, if you agree with that description, whether there's a way out of it that is actually available to us. I just think different people are describing the same thing in different ways and dismissing one another's descriptions. And it's very hard to overcome that problem.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's actually a really helpful sort of question, clarification, setting out of the problem. One thing I will say, and God knows y'all will correct me if I'm wrong here, but I actually think I don't want to speak for the left, but I feel like I don't hear so much talk about misinformation on the left, like the way that y'all are describing it. I'm hearing it being described. Certainly in 2016, that was an explanation for why Trump won. That was 8 years ago, right? Now I'm hearing a lot more about, other sorts of claims. Certainly a lot of claims about how powerful conservative politicians like Trump are using falsehoods in the pursuit of power. Maybe that's what you're talking about, but that is, I think, actually quite different than the broader conversations about disinformation that we were having 8 years ago. So maybe that's what you mean, but yeah. But no, I like that framing. I think that's a good point.
Well, there was an effort a year and a half ago to have what's her name, Nina Jankowicz, to be this disinformation czar at the Homeland Security. that they dropped that idea. So I think that it's in the ether, and it is something that is of concern. But
as a tool, as Jonathan pointed out, right? I feel like that's the look of the conversation now, is disinformation is a tool by powerful political figures, mostly on the right, to do things. That to me is more the sort of context of the claims on the left of disinformation. Maybe
Okay, but I take your point that the right should do more to police its own side when there are, stories that are just not true that continue to be broadcast. And I, would hope that listen, we just had a pretty important election, and I think it's going to force a lot of reassessment on the left. So if we would have had this panel discussion 3 months ago, I would have been in maybe a different place. But I see that process happening now. You're already starting to see a lot of people sort of asking a lot of things. The response to the Hunter Biden pardon, I think is a healthy response from a lot of Democrats, and that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. And it could lead to that. And, we're going to see there's a very good chance that this Trump administration could be quite shambolic, and it may force conservatives and the right to begin a sort of thing, a new approach. I mean, it's like, you know, that expression, they caught the car. Well, guess what? These institutions are now yours, MAGA. And when things go wrong and there are scandals, they're your problems. They're your scandals. And that could have terrible effects, but it could also have the kind of inward thinking and maybe understanding that once you have people, you know, in the reins of power that that are taken seriously and are credible with this part of the country, and they can come back and sort of say, all right, well, you know, I looked at the intelligence and I have to say that this is real or something like that. We'll see. It's a very exciting time.
Yeah, I do think one, just to maybe to respond to something that you said earlier, Scott, one way that I've thought about this, and I'm shaped by focusing especially on debates around trust and science and related forms of expertise in particular, is that I think whether it's called information or disinformation, there is a tendency on the part of establishment institutions to think of the problem in epistemic terms. People are in error about what they believe because they're looking at the wrong information. They don't trust the right institutions. And I think that a lot of the right has focused on the reasons for the distrust that's at the base of that. And I think a lot of the disinformation information discourse is a way of framing things in terms of epistemologically, what's the correct belief to hold here or not, rather than to ask, why are people not trusting? And that's at least how I would put it. But I'm just taking advantage of being the moderator right now. Are there any other questions? Price.
Thank you all. This may have to do some with, Eli, your comment about pressure groups in relation to media institutions, and Tony, what you were just saying about power. But I'm wondering how journalists and journalistic institutions can do a better job asking and answering the question. Like, Eli, you mentioned there should be more, I got this wrong. Well, there's sort of two ways that can happen. One is just, oh, I misreported this figure, so I'm gonna go the next day and correct the figure. And maybe not as many people will read it, but I'm doing my due diligence. And the other is sort of realizing months later, like my network of sources and the groups and people I was listening to shaped the way I reported in a way that mischaracterized the story, misled people. And now they're maybe not gonna trust my institution as much as they should. The first of those is more straightforward, the second is more complicated. And so as we hope to see more journalists and other epistemic institutions own up to their mistakes, I'm curious if any of you have thoughts on how they can actually ask and answer and execute that question better.
Okay, so let me give an example by way of the New York Times. For many years, the New York Times had two stellar national security journalists, David Stanger and Jim Risen. David Stanger's network of sources were the senior leaders of the national security state. And he was superbly sourced and still is superbly sourced. He still writes for the Times. Jim Risen was the guy who got the squeaky wheel. He was the guy who got the disaffected field officer or something like that. And every now and again, he would come upon an enormous scandal, and it would be a big story, and win prizes and everything like that. And so my response is that you kind of have to have both, and there's probably more different kinds of things. You need to have people who are going to be covering the people at the very top of the institutions, who are in the elites, and we're always going to have reporters like that, and they're going to be beholden to those views. And you're going to also have to have, you should also, I think, have people who are going to talk to some of the disaffected grunts who are kind of in the middle of the system. You need someone to talk to the generals, and you need someone to talk to the majors and captains and lieutenants and so forth as well as, of course, the ground soldiers. And I think that, but you raise a great point. It is a very hard thing to do. It's a heroic thing to do in some ways. It's a courageous thing to do. If you realize that you had a network of sources that were basically feeding you a bad story. That doesn't really happen that way because the cliche, we're only as good as our sources. But the way that you can compensate for that is to have different kinds of reporters covering the elephant in different ways and talking to different kinds of people. And that's when, that's why bigger institutions like the New York Times, when they do great work, and they do great work, they still do great work, it's because they're getting all of those perspectives and they're being synthesized together, and it's kind of a collaborative thing. So that's the way you try to ward off of it. But we did see, I think, when in the coverage of Russiagate, I would say that the senior leadership of the FBI had plenty of contacts with the media, and they steered them towards a false story. And it's been very difficult to kind of break that habit. And all those people still have, fairly comfy jobs, some even in media. Andrew McCabe is a CNN contributor, so.
Any more questions? Well, I think we are at about time. So thank you both to our panelists, and thank you for your questions, for being here.